Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, just call this meeting to order, and we're going to start with the land acknowledgement.
The lands we know today as the Township of Center Wellington have been home to Indigenous people since time immemorial. We acknowledge that we are on the treaty lands and traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee. With increasing encroachment by non-Indigenous settlers in the Township of Center Wellington, the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee could not continue their traditional lifestyle and settled in their villages along the Credit River and in the Grand River Valley. These Indigenous nations uphold their treaty rights within our jurisdiction. Today, the Township of Center Wellington remains home to Indigenous peoples from across Turtle Island. We are grateful to have the opportunity to share and respect Mother Earth and are committed to building constructive and cooperative relationships with Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Addendums and corrections to the agenda.
There are none.
Okay. Disclosure of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Okay, seeing none. We're going to move into a closed session. So I'm going to read that the Council of Township of Center Wellington convene in closed session in accordance with Section 2392B and C of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended to consider personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal employees, and a proposed or pending acquisition or dispositions of land by the municipality. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, seconder on that. Councillor McDonald, any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. So we're going to move into closed session. Yes, sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I did want to, I don't have to declare pecuniary interest, but I did want to make a statement that I am going to recuse myself from the public meeting as my spouse, Pierre Chauvin, is presenting on behalf of the applicants.
Thank you for that. Okay, so the no comments, questions, and all those in favor of moving closed? Yes. So we're going to move into closed session and we'll reconvene around 6 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Well, welcome everyone. We're reconvening from a closed session, and there's nothing to come out of that closed session, and so we're now going to move into call to a public meeting to order. And is there any declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, the purpose of the meeting is to present and receive public input regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment on the subject land known as 8196 Wellington Road 19 in the former township of West Scarefraxa. The purpose of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to change the zoning from A19.3 agriculture exemption to EP environmental protection to A19X agriculture exemption and EP environmental protection. The effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to permit a battery energy storage facility on the portion of the property subject land. The purpose of the proposed County of Wellington official plan amendment is to amend Schedule B1 Centre Wellington by adding a site-specific policy on the portion of the land described as Lot 11, Concession 3 in the Township of Centre Wellington from prime agricultural to prime agricultural special to permit a battery energy storage facility. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the Township of Centre Wellington to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, but the person or public body does not make oral submission at a public meeting or make written submission to the Township of Centre Wellington before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a person or public body does not make oral submission at a public meeting or makes written submissions to the Township of Centre Wellington before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body may not be added to a party to the hearing of appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, unless the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to do so. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting, if one is held, or make written submissions to the Corporation of the County of Wellington in respect to the proposed official plan amendment before the approval authority gives or refuses to give approval to the proposed official plan amendment, or if a person or public body would otherwise have the ability to appeal the decision of the Corporation of the County of Wellington to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Corporation of the County of Wellington before the proposed official plan amendment is adopted, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Corporation of the County of Wellington to the OLT. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at the public meeting, if one is held, or make written submissions to the Corporation of the County of Wellington in respect to the proposed official plan amendment before the approval authority gives or refuses give approval to the official plan amendment, or if a person or public body does not make oral submissions to the Corporation of the County of Wellington before the proposed official plan amendment is adopted, the person or the public body may not be added as a party to the hearing or an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. If you wish to be notified of the decision of the Township of Centre Wellington in respect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, you must make an oral written request to the clerk of the Township of Centre Wellington, 1 McDonald Square, Elora, Ontario, NOB 1SO. Any person or public body may appeal a decision of the County of Wellington no later than 20 days after that the given or written notice had been completed. If you wish to be notified of the decision of the Corporation of the County of Wellington in respect to the proposed county official plan amendment, you must make written requests to the Director of Planning and Development, Corporation of the County of Wellington, 74 Woolwich Street, Guelph, Ontario, N1H 3T9. And now ask the clerk to advise how notice was given.
Through you, Mayor Waters, a notice was mailed to prescribed persons, agencies, and public bodies on or before October 31st, 2024. A copy of the notice was also placed in the Wellington Advertiser on October 31st. I can therefore confirm the requirement for giving notice was completed on October 31st, 2024.
Thank you. Okay. So we're at number 5, and I won't read any more stuff for you. So I think you've got that hopefully all memorized, and I will be asking questions later. Anyways, so I'd like to introduce now and ask Mariana Iglesias, Manager of Planning Services, to introduce the application. Mariana?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Waters, members of council. So the public meeting tonight is being held for 2 applications for the property located at 6235 Guelph Street. There are a couple of addresses here, so that's the one that public notice was given under. And this is in former Nickel Township. There's a map up on the screen that shows the location of the property. Just west of Highway 6, one property west, and adjacent to that is the Grand River Stone, I believe it's called, which is a landscape company. And then to the north is the South Fergus secondary plan area lands. And then to the south and west are agricultural lands. So the property is the subject of a county official plan amendment, application OP 2024-04, and the Township Zoning Bylaw Amendment, application RZ05-04. And it's to facilitate the installation of what is referred to as an independently operated battery energy storage system. That's a mouthful. BESS is the acronym that we use on a portion of the property. This is in response to the province's identification through the IESO of a significant need to build capacity in the power supply for the province. The applications were received and deemed complete in September of this year. The entire property is approximately 43 hectares, or just over 106 acres in size, and is located southeast corner of Guelph Street and Second Line. It's surrounded, as I explained, by various land uses. The property is currently actively farmed and contains 2 dwellings and farm buildings that are accessed from Guelph Street, which is just down the left side of that parcel. Only a portion of the property in the northeast corner, if you can flip maybe to map 2, in the northeast corner would be subject to the amendment. And it is approximately 6 hectares of the 43 hectares that would be leased to the applicant and would be subject to these amendments. And of those 6 hectares, 4 would be the footprint of the facility itself, and the rest would be surrounded by buffer. Basically 182 meters from the front property line, it would be set back. The property is currently designated prime agricultural and core greenlands in the county official plan, and is zoned A agricultural exception and EP environmental protection. The exception just recognizes 2 existing dwellings that are accessed off of Guelph Street. It should be noted that the proposed facility, the BESS facility, will not be in the core greenlands or the EP zone. The relatively new provincial policy statement, which was released on October 20th, now defines energy storage systems as a use and permits them to be included in the definition of an on-farm diversified use in a prime agricultural area, and sets out parameters that need to be met for such uses to be allowed. The zoning bylaw allows on-farm diversified uses of up to 2%, or a maximum of 1 hectare. The amendment that is being sought is to allow the facility to be larger than the 2% that's permitted, and the request is to allow up to 10% for the use. So the application is also subject to the class environmental assessment process, which has its own study requirements, and most of those were required for the planning applications to be considered. And these included an agricultural impact assessment, archaeological assessment, geotechnical investigation, hydro-G study, natural heritage review, noise study, phase 1 environmental site assessment, and a planning justification report, stormwater management plan, and a site plan. All of these are available on the website and are summarized in the planning justification report. The subsequent site plan approval would address design details such as lighting, landscaping, grading, servicing, and agricultural restoration and fire safety. Staff are currently undertaking a review of all the studies that were submitted, and these will be presented in a future report to council, as well as written submissions and comments that are received in advance of this public meeting and what will be received tonight. Staff will consider all of the comments and bring forward a report to council in the future. where it will be evaluated, the applications will be evaluated against the applicable provincial and county policies, and staff recommendation will be made. So I know that the applicant is here as well tonight to do a more detailed presentation of the proposed use, but I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mariana. I think we'll go to the delegate or the intro, our Pierre Chauvin on behalf of APA Power, and we'll have an opportunity for questions from council. Okay, so I'd like to invite Pierre on behalf of APA Power to make their presentation to us. Thank you. Welcome, Pierre.
You have a small presentation, if that come up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Pierre Chauvin. I'm a partner and a planner, land use planner at the firm of MHBC Planning. We've been retained as agents for IPA, and IPA is the applicant with respect to this application. Just next slide, please. And I do like to acknowledge and thank Mariana. She's done a wonderful job of summarizing a lot of the slides I have this evening, so hopefully we won't have to repeat too much. But what I would like to do is a little deeper dive into what the IASO process has been, some of which you've participated in about a year ago. Talk a bit more about the site context, the proposed development. Mariana spoke to some of the changes in the provincial policy, the planning statement. That was changed just recently in October. The applications that we're proposing in terms of the official plan and zoning, some of the studies that we've done, and talk about some of the timelines going forward. Next slide, please. Can I move the slides myself or, okay. So in terms of the ISO, this is the Independent Electricity System Operator. They're a Crown corporation in the province, and they run our power system, as you may all know. And they're making plans for trying to increase our capacity. There is a huge demand over the number of years forward that they're expecting, and that demand will increase by 60% over the next 25 years. And as part of that demand, there's also a need to try to find how do we store this energy that we're creating. A lot of the energy that we do create is being wasted, and this is a way of capturing that energy and reusing it and utilizing it when we need it. And the ISO went through this procurement, this call for proposals. This is this long-term procurement process, or LTI 1. There's another phase coming out. LTI 2 is coming out, but IPA was successful recently in getting awarded this contract for this site. They call it the Elora BESS, but it is south of Fergus. And they were awarded recently to proceed with this site. This is one of many sites across the province that are proceeding under the same fashion. And I would say some municipalities have treated these a lot differently than Centre Wellington in terms of requiring official plans and zoning bylaw amendments. Here in this county, we have to go through this planning process with respect to this type of use. As I mentioned, there's been a number of other contracts awarded, and it's amounted to about 3,600 megawatts of capacity added to our system. And there's a number of 25 other battery storage facilities across the province. And if you add it all up and just trying to put it into something that's quantifiable, that's about enough energy to store a power for about 3.8 million homes for about 4 hours. Sorry. Okay, it's just a little slow. So who is IPA? So IPA is a Canadian company, and they're founded in Toronto, and they are an independent power producer. They're not a public utility, and they specialize in just this, energy storage and renewable energy. And so they were specifically created to help, the purpose was to help reduce our reliance on energy and moving forward and our dependence on fossil fuels. And IPA has been at the forefront in this type of storage development since over the last 6 years, and with a number of other projects across North America, including the United States. Over 70 projects currently in Ontario and the U.S. And what is a BESS? Well, a BESS is otherwise known as Battery Energy Storage System. It connects to our transmission lines, so it needs to be close to our transmission lines. So that in itself kind of dictates where these types of facilities are going to be located. And not all transmission lines are the same. Some have the capacity to handle these types of facilities, some don't. It was early on in the process, it was identified that this particular transmission line south of Fergus does have the capacity, and this was this particular line had the ability to accommodate this type of storage facility. So what it does, as I mentioned, it does receive the power. If there's too much power being generated, it does allow us to store it and then reuse it when it's actually needed, if there's an outage or an increased need of supply. And in this particular case, it's the amount of storage that will be able to be supplied here or stored here is about 211 megawatts. And as you can see on the slide, this is equivalent to powering 220,000 homes for about 4 hours. And just to put it in context, we only have about 13,000 homes in Center Wellington. So it's a significant amount of storage ability. Not to say that this will be available just to Center Wellington residents, it's going to be available to the grid. So just because we're storing it, it's not just for residents in Center Wellington, it's going to be across the province. As I mentioned, this is a privately owned and operated type of facility, but it'll be controlled by this provincial entity, the ISO, and they'll be, operating under their particular directives. These types of facilities have a lifespan, and this particular lifespan is about 25 years. And in fact, the contract we have, or the IPA has with the property owner, is a lease. They're not owning the property, they're leasing it from the current property owner, and that lease would expire after that 25-year period. In this case, there is a bit of grace in terms of sort of extending it beyond 2048, 2052, to allow for the decommissioning and reestablishment of the previous use. So this is the location of the property. Marianne has indicated it's just west of the Grand River Stone facility off of Highway 6. Most of you are quite familiar with that location. That yellow line on the image is the Fergus settlement area, which you recently approved the secondary plan for residential uses. The property, the farm parcel, the entire property is outlined in red, and that's about 106 acres or 43 hectares. But the area that's only being utilized for the BESS facility is the area in purple or blue. And you can see the teal color cutting across the air photo here, which is representative of the transmission line. So as I've noted earlier, this is adjacent to that transmission line. If you know the site, and if I've driven across by this area hundreds of times along Highway 6, there's a very nice existing tree line between the Grand River Stone property and these lands. That'll be retained, and it actually allows for a natural screen along that particular frontage. There will be other screening mechanisms that will be implemented through the site plan approval process, which I'll speak to in a moment. But as the slide indicates, these lands are currently in active agricultural use. They are, in theory, technically temporary, albeit it's 25 years, and there are plans to restore that back to agriculture. The agricultural impact assessment that we completed included specific recommendations to restore it back to agriculture, and we anticipate even through that site plan review process that will be something that is implemented through site plan agreements and whatnot through that process. You may recall that township staff brought reports forward recently to this council recommending that these lands and other lands south of the current settlement boundary be included into the settlement area, and in fact for employment uses. So again, some would say that this is a little certainly in keeping with those types of anticipated employment uses contemplated by the township. Should note that that's not final yet, obviously. That's still being reviewed, as we all know, by the county. This is just a slide, and again, this is conceptual. We're still required to go through a site plan approval process. In addition to that dual process that Mariana mentioned with respect to the class environmental assessment, which is a provincial process. But at the local level, after the official plan and zoning bylaw is done, we will also have to proceed through a site plan approval process. And at this point, conceptually, we've identified how this would be laid out. There's still a lot of details to be sorted out in terms of the stormwater management, landscaping, and those types of things. But that red area represents that 6 hectares of land, the total area that IPA will be leasing from the current owners. The area you'll see in the middle, and I've got a picture of what those battery storage units look like. That's the area with the light blue hatching is the area where the battery storage facilities will be. I'll call it just south of that, closer to the transmission line, is a substation to generate or to take the power from the transmission line, either bring it down to a power that the batteries can store or convert it back to a power that can be transmitted across the line. So you need a substation for that. There will also be a stormwater management pond, likely along the second line, close to the street there, as the grades generally grade slope in that direction. There is a underground water storage tank proposed on site as well. That is for firefighting capabilities. There is no water or sanitary requirements, as there's no staff. There'll be a temporary mobile home that will be there just for daily operations, but technically or practically on a daily basis, this is being operated remotely, and it'll be operated monitored remotely, and there'll be staff there periodically maintaining things, but this isn't something where people are there 24/7 every day. So it's essentially self-contained. And you can see there is quite a bit of different distance between sort of the second line and where those batteries are stored. That'll allow for some further buffering and landscaping, berming, et cetera, that we can do to help screen this operation even further from just that sort of eastern property line that I mentioned between us and the Grand River Stone, but we can also do a lot of landscaping around the site. So again, that landscaping, lighting, all those details, we will be engaging the township further through that site plan review process. This is what one of these storage facilities look like. They're, I guess, a simple way of describing it looks like a sea can with several batteries contained within it. They are self-contained. They're able to even contain any contaminants. If there is any leak or any of that kind of, they are able to contain all that material within these types of units. Next slide. These next few slides are just some of the renderings that I think if you've gone through my planning report, we've included some of this in our, and which is, if you've heard, is available online. But just different vantage points. Mind you, these are all bird's eye view, sort of, 50 feet in the air. So you can see, looking from the second line towards the facility, what this would look like. You can see in the background, the red barns that are the owner's barns. On the left-hand side is the Grand River Stone. And again, just conceptually, some landscaping along second line. Nothing shown, obviously, between the farm fields, and for now, that could change through the review process. But this is sort of looking, I'll say, south towards the facility. Again, this is looking from Highway 6. Sort of northwest, and in the background you can see the hydro line the tower, and next to that tower is that substation. You can just see a bit of that substation coming out. There's that heavily screened tree line that's there. And again, that will be supplemented through an additional landscaping through the site plan process. And I'm mindful by my time, and I'll try to keep going here. This is looking south from the generating hydro substation. Quickly, in terms of the policy framework, you've heard that things have changed. Should say the provincial planning statement 2024. These types of facilities are now recognized as a non-farm diversified use, and on-farm diversified uses are permitted in prime agricultural areas, albeit these OFDUs have a size cap in terms of a maximum size of 2%. And as you've heard Mayor Anna speak earlier, that's enshrined also in your bylaw. And that's what we're really amending, is that size. The other fact too is the Wellington County official plan. It hasn't been brought up to date yet with respect to the new PPS and this terminology with respect to OFDUs. They still consider them what they call secondary uses. And there are some policies in that plan that speak to size and scale, and that's what we're trying to address in that official plan amendment, is sort of the size and scale of this, and is it still in keeping with the intent of a secondary use within the prime agriculture area. And what are we asking for? Well, as I mentioned in the official plan, the county official plan, we're asking for a special policy area. We're not removing it from the agricultural designation. It'll still continue to be designated agriculture, but it'll have a special policy to permit this particular use. Similarly with the zoning, we're not asking to remove the agricultural zoning. It'll remain in agricultural zoning, but with a special zone provision to recognize the use, but also the size of it. Some of the key benefits that we see with respect to this development is the under sort of three tranches: the economy, environment, and community. Certainly, IPA is looking to hire everybody locally in terms of providing, so it'll provide local opportunities for local trades and businesses to supply the construction of this site. Albeit, as I mentioned afterwards, there's very little employment in terms of the actual operation, but in terms of the construction, that will be local. Environment, IPA is very strong supporter of the any conservation strategies. Obviously, energy storage is a huge component of that, and they support the decarbonization of our grid and really and renewable energy. So that is a key aspect of IPA, and they certainly support that. And lastly, working with the community. We're here to hear we're here tonight to hear the comments and here to work with not only staff, but hear what the residents have to say and respond to comments that we receive. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, a secondary process that we're going through in terms of a class environmental assessment, and there are other engagement requirements through that process, i.e. Indigenous consultation and whatnot, and that is being undertaken under that sort of parallel process. These are some of the studies, again, some of which have been done for the Planning Act side, and others are being done under the environmental assessment process. And this is just a number of the studies that have been prepared. The landscape plan will be something that will be done as part of the site plan approval process, as with the stormwater management plan, those types of things. So, in terms of some of our design principles or priorities, what has been important to IPA from the very beginning is it's sort of the agricultural preservation and restoration of these lands. They do recognize, and it's not lost on them, that this is on prime farmland. But as I noted, the provincial policy does recognize these types of uses within prime agricultural areas. IPA is committed to restoring and taking active measures to restore these lands back to agriculture, back to what they are. These lands can be easily restored. There's not permanent infrastructure being installed here in terms of impervious surfaces, et cetera. Everything that's being put here can be removed easily. So that is the intention here, is to be good stewards of the land and restore the lands to their original condition. Another priority for IPA and us ourselves is just being respectful in terms of the design. We talked about vegetation and buffering and screening. We understand there's, these types of facilities may not be that nice to look at. So what can we do to try to help alleviate some of that? Noise attenuation is another matter that we'll be addressing through this process. And groundwater quality control. We've heard that that's obviously a concern in Centre Wellington. We totally understand that is an issue and a concern here, and we're very conscious of the requirements to control any potential contaminants entering our groundwater system. And part of that is very stringent requirements for fire safety and mitigation. And I should have said from the outset, I do have people here from the Fire Risk and Alliance who are here in case there are specific questions related to sort of that fire safety and mitigation. But IPA has been working with your fire department and coming up with a fire response plan. And there are a number of other safety measures that will be implemented through the site plan review process to deal with how we deal with the fire and mitigation of that. And so this is the second last slide, or the last slide, I believe. So bear with me. It's been a long process. Back almost a year ago, there was a municipal support resolution, you'll recall, that you've passed with respect to that IASO process, which allowed IPA to make that application, and it was successful in getting awarded that first procurement contract in June of this year. And we've had since that time a number of meetings where we had a pre-consultation meeting with your staff, meetings with the fire services, prior to submitting the applications of September, and here we are at this meeting. We hope from here that ideally we can be approved and by the winter of 2025. That will allow IPA to continue on in the Class EA process through to 25. And by the end of 25, have building permits and construction with the project opening eventually in 27. And then you can see with the decommissioning eventually by 2052. So that concludes my presentation. And if there are any questions, if I can't answer them, there are representatives here from IPA, Andres Benchik. There are also representatives from Stantec, like I said, Fire Risk and Alliance, to answer any questions on either the environment or fire, respectively. So those are my comments, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Pierre, for that presentation. We will have time for your questions, but we're going to do our delegations now, and then we'll come back through and have an opportunity for council to ask questions of not only the applicant, but of staff as well. So we're going to go to delegations, and I'd like to invite Anthea Milliken up. Welcome, Anthea.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Waters and councillors. My name is Anthea Milliken. I'm a longtime resident of Centre Wellington. I'm here to talk about the safety of this proposal. You're being asked to approve a zoning category currently not in existence to allow for this project. There are so many questions that need to be answered, and I'm concerned there are no good answers. Let's look at what a yes would mean. If there is a fire, what are the consequences for this community? How much water is needed to respond to a fire? A Google search on fires at best facilities suggested that a facility in England that has 72 storage containers would require 5.5 million liters of water. Do you have an independent opinion of what the impact of a fire at this project would be? Save Our Water has expressed its concerns. Where would the water come from? What would be the impact of that type of demand on the community? What about the toxic fumes? What about an evacuation? This project abuts a concentration of people once South Fergus is established. Has a full plan been developed with an analysis of the complete possible impact on the community, including the impact on the groundwater and soil in the event of a fire? A Google search showed that one of this company's units had a fire in September in Brantford. The strategy appears to be to let it burn and monitor. Is that what we want with a volunteer fire department? Where are the details of the fire plan spelled out? And has there been analysis as to whether this plan will work in this community? And I just want to point out, having listened to the presentation, that we don't see actually a plan and that councillors are being invited to ask questions. I would suggest there needs to be a plan, and that plan needs to be studied by independent experts, not a paid consultant to the proponent. Has there been a cross-departmental and cross-governmental, both county and township analysis of the impact of a fire or multiple fires, the cost, the evacuations, the toxic fumes? What about if the site is abandoned? What if it is not cleaned up after the expiration of the lease? The municipality will need monetary security in the event of these possibilities. You may feel that would be the responsibility of the landowner, but consider the possible presence of a toxic hazard in the municipality and the fact that the citizens will look to the municipality that proved it for remediation. The monetary exposure needs to be secured in advance. Has the amount of monetary exposure been fully calculated and security required from the operator in the form of a letter of credit? Consider that you would need a letter of credit that would guard against the possibility of repeated fires. An emergency at this site may not be a one-time event. Have you considered that the operator is a portfolio company of a private equity company? Their website says APA, a Blackstone portfolio company. Do we know if there are assets and whether they are fixed assets? Should the security be with the parent company? What about indemnities? What happens in the event of an environmental incident and you seek to recover the cost, or you're named in litigation and you wish to pursue the company for indemnity? How do you know there would be assets to realize upon? Have you spoken with your insurer about the potential risk of creating and approving a zoning that would allow for this use? Have you received an opinion of potential liability from legal counsel? I know that this is the worst case scenario, but it is your job on behalf of us, the residents, to consider this. What about informing the residents of the community about what you're letting in? Are we happy with the risk of potential toxic gas emission? I'm not. My extended family, who also lives in this community, is not. My friends and their families are not. I don't think anyone would be. The approval of the zone change would be a decision that impacts on the safety of the residents of Centre Wellington. Do you believe that people are aware of what is being proposed and the potential risks? It's questionable whether or not the community is fully aware of this proposal and the potential risks. For a project like this, there needs to be more community consultation. Before you approve this project, you will want to make sure that the residents of Centre Wellington have had a full opportunity to consider and express their opinion about whether or not they want the risk of having a large battery storage plant in our community. This is not an issue that you want to quietly go through and then people realize what has happened and then it's too late. This isn't a question of supporting green technology. There are other ways to do this that better reflect the goals and aspirations of this community, a community that deeply understands and supports environmental issues and concerns. The planning report suggests benefits in terms of employment, green technology, and the energy grid. I think that when you examine this closely and consider all elements, you will see that the potential short-term and long-term serious and considerable harms outweigh any of the suggested benefits. This zone change is the best opportunity to stop this from going ahead. Consider that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture says it doesn't belong on prime agricultural land. While the province's new statement says it can be considered, this doesn't mean that this kind of proposal is suitable for this location. And I think I heard Mr. Chauvin also say that the size is larger than that which is approved under the provincial statement. The local option to say no remains. I understand that you gave initial support to this project in November of 2023. That does not mean you have to say yes to the zone change. You can consider that the risk is too high for this community and this location is not a suitable location. Other communities in Ontario have said no. Don't let this be your legacy. Please say, as previous councils have done when faced with these challenges, that Centre Wellington is not a willing host. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthea. Now I'd like to call Donna McCaw up here on behalf of Save Our Water. Welcome, Donna.
Hi, thanks. It's been a while. So I learned something tonight. I learned it's not 200 megawatts, it's 211 megawatts, which puts my statistics right out the window. It's even worse. I did not learn why it was called the Elora BESS when it's in Fergus. But maybe I'll learn that later. We do recognize that hydro transmission is needed as critical infrastructure. But according to the IESO, we now have enough battery storage potential to go to 2030. So there's no rush here, folks. Let's take our time and do it right. And while these things are topping up all over Ontario, we're getting an awful lot of rather intense local pushback in Ontario municipalities, and for very good reason. So we want you to give serious consideration to some of the dangers of this particular battery storage system facility and location in South Fergus. First, the application states that residential uses are planned for the settlement area abutting the property to the north and opposite of Second Line. The Ontario Federation of Agriculture, and I'm really glad Janet is following me, will tell you it should not be anywhere near residential properties. Second, 211 megawatts proposed. The site is significantly disproportionate to the size of our community and what APA has built elsewhere. They have a number of storage facilities in Ontario, and not one of them is over 4 megawatts. 4 megawatts, 211 megawatts. That is quite a scaled up jump. Third, battery storage facilities present unique and serious fire, explosion, and toxic chemical hazards. Councillor Craddock asked a question a year ago. What if there's a fire? This group was to come back with a report from staff to look into this. That has not happened. It needs to happen. A deep dive on this needs to happen. There have been serious fires, explosions, and toxic chemical releases in the United States, from New York to California, in Australia, China, Japan, Belgium, Germany, Great Britain. I could go on. Because of their high energy density, they're quick to overheat and can result in a thermal runaway phenomenon. I don't know what that is, but it sounds scary to me. Also releases air pollution. Fourth, the high level of water usage required to extinguish a lithium-ion battery fire is shocking. Based on experience in the US, we would be prepared for a 2 to 4 week fire, which could require 5,000 cubic meters of water, a volume Centre Wellington uses in a day. Remember Nestle wanted 1.6 million liters was what do they use in a day? We're back to that again. Anyway, it's clear we do not have this volume of water available for this kind of potential risk. Fifth, a fire occurring at the energy storage site could give significant adverse impact on our groundwater and our surface water. The Guelph wellhead protection zones are about 1 kilometer away from this site. I don't think they're going to be very happy with this site. If a fire breaks out, the fire services are required to protect nearby structures from a potential toxic or explosive gas plume. Now, 200 megawatts is the equivalent to 250 tons of TNT. That is the equivalent of what was used or what happened in the Halifax explosion. That was a big explosion. 211 would be even more. Contaminated groundwater can stay in the ground for decades, and it moves. It moves to wells, it moves to provincial wetlands, and it moves to Swan Creek, and it moves toward Guelph. So, as Fergus expands south, the proposed facility would likely fall within a future municipal wellhead protection area. And therefore, an event here can potentially wipe out an area south of Fergus where we may need our own wellhead protection zone. So, for surface water, any drainage from the proposed battery storage facility would flow, as I have said, and that would be the township's liability. Are we prepared for that degree of liability? The pollutants from such a fire, and these are the chemical pollutants, are sulfates, chlorides, hydrofluoric acid, high concentrations of lithium, some concentrations of PCBs, dioxins, and furans, high acid-soluble concentrations of copper, nickel, and manganese. And if they decide to use firefighting foams or retardants, which I don't think they would, these have PFASs in them, which are forever chemicals that we could never, ever outlive. So after a 25-year lifespan of this kind of facility, if there was a fire or a series of fires, we could end up with contaminated soil, groundwater, and surface water. Is the community prepared for this? The regulations haven't kept up with this. This is both a new technology and an old technology. It's new in that the regulations haven't even been put in place to deal with this. It's old in that lithium ion is the most dangerous one. You might want to take a look at sodium ion. You might want to take a look at lithium iron phosphate. There are safer types of battery storages to use. A fire at these facilities can be triggered simply by weather, a heavy rainstorm, for example. Some of these batteries can be water reactive and can be explosive when in contact with water or moist air, like in a humid summer. Fire and safety journals offer design features that minimize the risk. Does this project follow those safer designs? Do we have 10 feet between each battery unit? Do we have a fireproof wall between each unit? I didn't see that in the picture. So we have too many details about this that are still unknown. From what we can see, this would be one of the largest in Ontario. Why in Centre Wellington do we want the largest, potentially dangerous one in Ontario? So the 5,000 cubic meters, which is 5 million liters for a 2-week fire, is based on the one in England and the one in San Diego. What if it gives off deadly toxic fumes? These are lithium hexafluorophosphate, hydrogen fluoride, phosphoryl fluoride, plus combustible gases. These combustible gases are hydrogen. Heard of a bomb made out of that? Methane, ethylene, carbon dioxide, and propylene. So that's the choice. Apply lots of water or just let it burn and have a potential toxic or explosive gas plume. Even more explosive than the one for the Halifax explosion. And one wonders why Picton said no. Why one up near Ottawa said no. One by Stratford said no. No amount of grants from the Community Foundation would fix any of these issues. And Pierre doesn't know that he's working for one of the richest men in the world. The head of Blackstone made $896.7 million in 2023. That's $2.4 million a day, 7 days a week, which makes, in my mind, $2 million over 25 years look like chump change. Anyway, we'd also have to train our volunteer firefighters. These fires can burn through firefighter protective gear in seconds. They'd have to go to a research and training facility. Where is there one in Canada? Guess what? There isn't. They'd have to go to Australia or somewhere in the States. And with the Canadian dollar right now, that'd be pretty expensive too. So we urge you to take a look at risk mitigation plans. At a minimum, we believe you must significantly reduce the size of the facility. Say down to 4 megawatts, which is what IPA usually builds. 4. So, pursuing one of the newer and safer alternatives, as I mentioned, sodium ion, lithium ion phosphate, iron phosphate might be an option, or one of my favorite ones, going back to Save Our Water again, not a willing host community option. We need better plan than this. We need a better plan. Maybe IPA can come up with a better technology, a better scale. I don't know. So we need to do our due diligence here, serious due diligence. These companies tend to look for small rural communities where they have overworked small staffs. Check. Where they have part-time counselors and mayor. Check. And where they're in a little bit over their heads. I'm asking you to please do not check that third box. Do your due diligence. Do your research. Bring in experts if you need to. This is a very, very serious decision. Think of the scale. Think of the dangers. Think of the options before you make any kind of decision here, please. Thank you very much. That ends my submission.
Thank you, Donna. Okay, we'll now move down to Janet Harab on behalf of the Wellington Federation of Agriculture. Welcome, Janet.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Janet Harap. I'm wearing the hat today of being past president of the Wellington Federation of Agriculture. So the Wellington Federation of Agriculture, known as the WFA, is the largest farm organization in the county with over 1,500 members. Wellington County is a hub of agriculture innovation, research, and leadership in the province. The primary agriculture sector in Wellington County plays a crucial role in its economy by contributing $841 million to Ontario's GDP and employing over 12,000 people. The county accounts for a notable portion of the provincial's agricultural supply chain, producing 5.8% of 2021 provincial farm cash receipts. Advocating for the protection and preservation of the county's highly productive agricultural land for the purposes growing, harvesting, and producing food is one of the WFA's priorities. As mentioned, the 2024 provincial statement does now recognize battery energy storage system as permitted in primary agricultural areas, but only as an on-farm diversified use, as mentioned. The intent of that, as mentioned, was it would be limited up to 2% or 1 hectare. And the intent of that was to provide additional revenue streams on farm for farmers, and that it would remain a secondary use of the site. The proposed 6-hectare site with 4 hectares containing the battery storages does fall outside of the policy statement as on-farm diversified use, and was not the intent when the province included battery energy storages in their definition. OFA has developed a position policy, and it's available on the OFA website. It's already been mentioned by a few people that previously spoke. And the agricultural impact assessment that was done as part of this project also does mirror some of the statements that have been made by the OFA. Notably, that step 1 should be to protect farmland and exercise all alternate options prior to siting on agricultural land. Regulators and the Ministry of Energy should prioritize siting of all energy sites on land that is not on class 1 through 4 or specialty crops. Every jurisdiction with battery grids storages is hosted needs to ensure systems and processes comply with the latest standards and codes. The IESO should require battery energy storage system owners to take steps to ensure that fire and other safety risks are managed effectively, including using approved automatic fire suppression and prevention systems for each battery. With that, an emergency plan in the event of a fire, that the battery storage owners cover the associated costs related to a situation where a neighboring full-time department is required to control the fire or environmental rehabilitation is required. It's a critical step as fires in a battery storage system require 24/7 control until the fire is fully extinguished, which, as mentioned, can take quite a bit of time, and we are in this community based on a volunteer fire department. The dry powder systems that are often used to control an actual fire, because you can't put water on an actual fire or lithium battery, but the water required around where the fire is to keep the temperature down of neighboring containers to prevent spread of the fire is significant. We've already heard the amount, we've already heard the potential gases that could come off of the fire. The environmental approval required for containment and oversight should include groundwater, surface water, air quality, soil, and related considerations. Below the surface structure of our soil is systematic tile drains that are mentioned. There are none on this farm, but there's municipal drains that do not run under the site but are on that farm site that lots of systematic tiles do feed into that municipal drain. Below the soil also is organic matter that sequesters carbon in our environmental greenhouse gas reduction efforts, and more concerning, groundwater contamination from the fire suppression. The applicant states there's no systematic tiles. Oh, sorry, I mentioned that. The disruption of water movement and the contamination of surface water are also a risk for natural flood abatement and livestock watering. The battery energy storage owners should be contractually obligated to restore the environment to, if there is a failure in restoring land to its original purpose once the storage facility has been decommissioned. And the agricultural impact assessment does address these concerns, that the battery storage is an interim use and the subject land will be rehabilitated back to agricultural condition and the same average capability that currently exists. Given the temporary relocation on the site of the topsoil that will be moved to build the containers and the disruption of the soil and subsoil structure, organic matter, naturally occurring bacteria that thrive in an anaerobic environment, the reality is that restoring the soil to productive farmland is virtually impossible. Compaction of the subsoil from the building of the cement pads for the containers will create a hard pan barrier to normal root formation and water movement. And the building of soil structure and organic matter that we see on our farms now can take decades to improve, and that's with normal farming practices. Returning the same soil capability with 1 year of rehabilitation of the soil is impossible. There were two parts to the agricultural impact assessment performed that I'd like to just comment on. The one was there was no reasonable alternative location in the township which avoids prime agricultural land or a lower priority agricultural land while meeting the location criteria for this facility. I think the recognition of no alternative location in Centre Wellington speaks to the quality of the soil in Centre Wellington. Ontario accounts for 52% of Canada's prime agricultural land, with Wellington, although only covering 0.4% of Ontario's land base, accounts for 3% of the Ontario prime ag land, and 81% of the agricultural zone land in Centre Wellington is prime. And as mentioned, this site is prime. Secondly, to permit non-agricultural uses in prime agricultural areas, the planning statement does require demonstration of identified need within the planning horizon for additional land to accommodate the proposed use. There is mention a few times in the assessment that the growth in Centre Wellington is cited as one of the reasons for the siting of the battery storage, but as also mentioned, the stored power is put on the grid and is available across the grid. Centre Wellington will obviously benefit, but the site does not have to be in Centre Wellington. WFA doesn't speak to decisions made by individual farmer members that are presented a financial opportunity for this business. This is a difficult discussion because we know the owners. I know the owner personally, and they're making a financial decision for their business. Operating a farm is an asset-rich, cash flow poor business with long hours and uncertainty and tight margins. We do recognize that, but WFA does not speak globally on behalf of individual producers. We speak on behalf of agriculture as a whole. We appreciate the opportunity to provide an agriculture perspective on the request to amend the zoning to permit the battery storage facility. The proposed land use of the land is not farming, and for that, the previously provided reasons, WFA opposes the rezoning of the land. Soil is and always has been more than mere earth beneath our feet. It's the lifeblood of our community's growth, sustenance, and prosperity. Continued loss of prime ag land risks our industry by death by 1,000 cuts. I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janet. Okay. I'm now going to reach out if there's anybody present in the audience to speak to this application. So you have an opportunity if you would like to say some words, or if there's anyone in the audience. Okay. Now the opportunity for a response from the applicant. Does the applicant wish to respond to comments, questions raised? Does staff wish to respond to comments, questions raised? So nothing from the applicant? Nothing from staff as well? Okay. So now we're going to go down to questions from council. So I'm going to offer your council an opportunity to speak to any questions of either the applicant or staff, starting with Councillor McDonald.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Waters. When it says we're going to make money from the grid, I don't really take that too seriously for the fact we got Bruce Nuclear up the road, about an hour and a half away. We have the cleanest burning energy in North America and the world, for that matter. I am not seeing that benefit, that if it could be explained a little bit more, what does that mean for Centre Wellington? Yes, we're putting it back in the grid. In financial costs, what does that mean?
Okay, there's my understanding there's a willing host. If you're a willing host, there are monies that extended to those communities, and maybe can someone maybe speak to that, or in terms of either staff or APA. Okay. Welcome, Andre.
Mayor Waters, councillors, members of the public, thank you. My name is Andre Benjic. I'm Director of Development at IPA Power Canada. Thank you for your question, Councillor McDonald. I think I've heard two-part question there. One is, how does this make money from the grid? And pardon me? Can you hear me okay? Yeah, sorry. And the second one was in the context of Ontario being a clean energy-based province, how does this support decarbonization of the grid? Did I understand those questions?
Well, basically, this is going to put money into the grid for everybody in Ontario or wherever the lines go, because that's how energy works in Canada, across Canada, and actually some goes to the States too, I believe. So the financial implications, I mean, as a counselor, I'm always talking about budgets. What do we get out of it with it going in the grid?
Okay. Okay, I'm going to thank you, Councillor McDonald, and through you, Mayor. I'm going to try my best to answer this. Let me tackle it from a perspective of Ontario being clean energy-based province. That is true from base load generation. Our base load, our energy mix in Ontario consists of base load generation and the peaking generation. And base load generation typically comes from clean sources like nuclear and hydro. And peaking source of power comes from natural gas plants. This project, it's part of the procurement that was given a name reliability procurement. And what that means is that the Ontario needs these assets for reliability reasons to dispatch these assets when there's a peak demand. And at that time, Ontario heavily depends on natural gas, so-called peaking plants. And more importantly, at that time, Ontario schedules dispatching based on something called marginal cost of asset available to dispatch at that time. So twofold response. One is that the proposed project will be charging from the grid overnight when Ontario is supplied with clean energy, nuclear and hydro, and it will remove the reliance of the province on natural gas during the peak demand when the reliability is required, or reliability dispatch is required. So that affects two sides. It affects being part of supporting clean energy and decarbonizing grid through that mechanism. And secondly, it also reduces the cost savers money, ratepayers money, based on the fact that at those peak times when the reliability resources are required, the marginal cost of energy is high. I'm going to pause there and see if any follow-up questions on that.
Go ahead there, Andre.
Okay.
And maybe speak to were you referring to the local benefit in terms of financial piece?
No, actually,
Okay. Perfect. Okay.
It was simply because Center Wellington, as a host, is providing for much more than here, but at a cost for me.
For Andre or for okay.
When IPA first approached council about this, about the BESS plant, me as a councillor, I hadn't approved the Fergus secondary plan yet. And that's a big issue for me. to put this near that many homes. And I don't think you knew about it either. And now we've gone down the road of our urban plan. I do see, yes, they are employment lands, but at the end of the day, you're going to be employing one person when this is done. So it's not really employment lands for me. You know, not like a business park or something like that. So if you could speak to the effects with the secondary plan, knowing that many homes. I mean, we've even talked about how kids are going to get to school with the Highway 6 corridor. And so that's a big concern for me.
Thank you for the question, Councilor McDonald. Through you, Mayor. When we were here in November asking for the support, we knew at that time that the land north of Second Line was already earmarked for residential development. In fact, we had conversation with Mr. Bruce Youngblood, I believe his last name, who owns or owned that property. I'm not sure what the current state is, about the impact on that residential development, which from my understanding, it's aligned with the current urban expansion envelope. So with that in mind, we had incorporated this in our design of the facility. And one of those factors that we have taken into account is to create significant enough setback from Second Line to make sure we don't make an impact on that north of Second Line development from various perspectives. The fire safety is one of them. Noise impact is another one. So currently the proposed facility is sitting at 600-foot setback from the Second Line. I'm gonna rest there with my answer, unless there's a follow-up question. Yeah.
I'd like to open up to other councillors. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Through you. So I just want to confirm some of the numbers that we've heard tonight. So when we refer to the South Fergus secondary home, I believe when staff presented us that report, that was going to look at like an additional 7,000 homes. So I'd look to staff to see if can confirm.
Population of about 6,000.
Population. Yeah. Okay, so population 6,000, still pretty significant there. I believe in the presentation tonight with APA said there was an approximately currently only 1,300 homes in Center Wellington. So this is a substantial residential population going in here. And it was approved largely because of our strategic plan to protect our prime agricultural land. And we not only it's additional homes, it's going to be increased density of people within there across the street. So again, just clarifying some numbers here. So IESO has set a goal. It looks like if we have the 211 megawatts that you're presenting here, that's nearly 6% of Ontario's IESO goal that would be covered by this single application in Center Wellington. And Center Wellington is 0.002% of Ontario's overall population. So we've increased our density, we protected our farmland, we're, doing the building. I'm having a hard time of like what's in it for us. And so my question from this would be, when I look at the noise impacts and the studies that are completed, has the 6,000 population been taken into account? Because when I looked at it, it looks like it was just assessing based on the current population there. And if the current studies have not, the studies in progress, including the Class EA coming up, take into consideration the 6,000 people in that area? Or again, would the process just be looking at the current population right there, which is rural?
Thank you. Councillor. If I understand your question is more specific to noise impact and the circumstances around the density of the population. Okay.
The impact study as an example. When I read the noise impact study, I was looking at the area, to me, as it is currently now, not taking into consideration that urban dense area that's going to be there.
Okay.
Yeah,
got
within the 25 years that this proposal is planning to be there.
Thanks for clarification, Councillor Adams. Through the mayor. So we have retained Stantec Consulting to do extensive noise modeling for our project. And those models are continuously rerun as the circumstances change. But I would like to ask for permission to invite Stantec maybe to answer that question if possible.
I'm assuming they're in.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
If someone.
So I'd like to invite Leslie Greener to come and talk to that a little bit.
Good evening. Thank you. Leslie Greener, Senior Environmental Planner with Stantec. So to your question, it's a stationary noise source in the province, so that MPC 300, the guidelines for that apply. When the assessment is done, it was based on the current use of the lands, which is rural. So the noise limit that is applied to rural lands is 40 decibels. And so irregardless of what goes around in the future, the facility would be built to that 40 decibel limit, which is lower than if you were in an urban area.
Thank you for that. Thank you for confirming that. And when we look at the noise, there was quite a few that were they were within the allowable limit, and they were like 39 decibels to the allowable 40 decibels in that current environment.
Yeah, so the way that it works in the province from an operational permitting perspective is that IPA Power would be required to obtain an environmental activity and sector registry from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, which as part of that outlines their conditions for operation. And then if there are exceedances, that is based on complaints from receptors through the Spill Action Center, and that's how it would be implemented and mitigated by MECP. Thank you.
Councillor Craddock.
Thank you, and through you, I have I think a few questions, and I'm going to treat the team as the experts in the field with respect to or acknowledging the bias that exists there. But through the delegations, there was a lot of talk of the risk, which seemed quite large. But online searching and just what I've learned on my own, there seems to be misinformation. I came aware of a fire in California, I think, and I could be wrong, but it was an internal or a structure that housed these units, and there was a fire, and the sprinkler system that came down on it, there was tons of water and there was tons of runoff. And then I believe FEMA came in afterwards and did an assessment of the soil and the groundwater. I believe there was some type of aquifer close by, and all the results from what I could see were quite positive, like drinkable water almost. And it was in close proximity. So can you speak to the risks and address some of the concerns that came from the delegations, and maybe show us what is misinformation, what the truth is, and what the potential hazards are with the facility or the proposed facility?
Thank you, Councillor Craddock. Thank you for your question. Through you, Mayor. So I'd like to highlight 3 key points in response to this, and then with your permission, I'd like to call on fire professional to come and answer that question. The 3 points I'd like to highlight is that IPA's priority is safety first. So system is going to be designed to all international safety standards, including the governing standards for battery energy storage systems. Second is the emergency response preparedness. If something like that happens, the project will have site-specific emergency response plan that's going to be co-developed with the Center Wellington Fire Rescue and a third-party professional fire safety organization. And the best practices worldwide, like the example that you have mentioned, Councilor Craddock, will be drawn upon to create fire prevention, the containment and response, and then public safety and environmental safety with our design. And the third one is the robust design with continuous monitoring, that the system will have redundancies built in, fail-safe measures into the system, and will be monitored 24/7 for the safety purposes. With that being said, I'd like to call for Chief Fink from Fire Risk and Alliance. Fire Risk and Alliance is a third party that we have retained to help us with the fire safety design, and they will be incorporated into that design. They have, as a reference, they have been also in the past, they had been in the past retained by Hydro One, who is the transmission system owner in Ontario, majority of the transmission, including the one in this township. They have, Fire Risk and Alliance have designed fire protection risk and prevention plan for Hydro One. So I'd like to invite Chief Fink to come in and respond to that question.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Councilor Craddock. So to answer your question or clarification, a lot of things were said tonight, and you made a good point. There's a lot of things on the internet speaking about batteries, battery safety, fires. As with everything on the internet, there's good information on the internet, and there's not so good information on the internet. A lot of things said tonight came off the internet. And I completely understand people's concerns with fire safety. They should be concerned. You should be concerned with fire safety. That's your job, to protect the public, protect the firefighters. That being said, there was a couple of comments made about what type of technology is going to be used in this particular system. The older systems, lithium-ion batteries are a type of battery. Two primary chemistries of batteries that are currently out there being used are nickel manganese cobalt, the older systems, and lithium iron phosphate. One of the speakers tonight mentioned lithium iron phosphate batteries, and she thought it would be better to use those. That's what this system would be using, lithium iron phosphate batteries, not the nickel manganese cobalt batteries. And the reason they're doing that is because they fail differently. When batteries go into thermal runaway, they're tested by UL 9540 is a testing procedure that batteries have to go through to be used in one of these systems. I sit on UL 9540 committee. So we make the testing procedure. Unfortunately, right now, it's not a pass-fail. It's just to see how a battery fails. The older technology, the NMCs, the nickel manganese cobalt batteries, if you ever go online and you watch a thermal runaway event, it's the NMC batteries. They go on fire, they spit pieces of the battery all over the room. Big issue in many cities with these micromobility devices. The lithium iron phosphate batteries do not do that. They will off gas, they typically do not self-ignite, and they don't blow apart. It's a more stable chemistry. And the speaker who mentioned them, she's absolutely correct. That's the technology you should be employing in one of these systems if you decide to put one in. That is what they plan on using at this facility. Now, as far as we were talking about runaway, and Councilor Craddock brought up that a fire in Otay Mesa, California. It was an indoor facility. It was not these shipping containers, basically, with batteries in them. It's racks of batteries inside of a structure. They had a fire there, the sprinkler system activated. Sprinkler system, and they talk about having automatic suppression systems. They don't work with these batteries. A lot of manufacturers were putting them into these systems. It's counterproductive. One, it doesn't stop the thermal runaway. It may knock down the flaming. It doesn't stop the thermal runaway. So now you've got an accumulation of flammable gases building up inside of a structure. Not a good idea. So it was mentioned that letting the batteries that are involved burn, that is your best option. It's extremely difficult and counterproductive to try to extinguish them. But at this particular fire that they had, there was a lot of water runoff because the sprinkler system had activated. That went into a retention pond, and it was actually the EPA that came in and did testing on that water. And they came back with the test, which really surprised me. I was concerned about that myself. What's being let off into the water? And they came back and they basically said, and you can read the report, it's published, as well as 3 other reports from New York State about air, water, and soil contamination. All of them are consistent that after these events, they did not find high levels of any type of chemicals in the ground, in the water, or in the runoff water. They did air sampling during events when the fire is actually going on. And at the property lines of these facilities, which do not have the setbacks that this one does, 600 feet is a tremendous setback compared to what is required to be compliant with NFPA 855, which regulates these facilities. They require only 10 feet setback, which to me is a little crazy, but that's what they require. 600 feet, there's very few sites that I've worked on that they're set back that far. 100 feet, I think, is very good. 600 feet is excellent. That being said, I don't think anybody should be speculating as to what the result of a fire is. I think you should read the reports. Get data to drive your decisions and to give you information. Again, on the internet, there's a lot of information out there, and a lot of it is bad. The tactics that have been employed over the years, another statement was made that it would take huge amounts of water to put one of these fires out. Bottom line is we don't want to put that fire out. If you can stop propagation to the adjoining cells, and you've heard about this with EVs, electric vehicles, where they, quote, extinguish the fire and then they tow it to a tow yard and it goes back on fire 2 weeks later. It's because batteries still had energy left in them. The best option, if you have a fire, and these new systems seem to have a much better track record with these lithium iron phosphate batteries, that hopefully we don't see fires as often with those systems. But the best option is let all the energy burn off and you won't have a reignition. That's your safest option. So water usage at a site like this should be very minimal. The only thing the fire department may need to do, and it was only maybe on a very windy day, is protect adjoining pieces of equipment, not try to extinguish the fire.
Thank you, through you, sir. To you and or your team. I had an opportunity to speak with you. I missed my earlier meeting, and I will tell you, you answered a lot of the questions that I'm not hearing you addressed here tonight, like what does 40 decibels sound like, and the points about the firefighters. And Andre, you might want to return for that. Who's paying for that? Because I am very concerned about the cost to council, and you shared with me that, correct me if I'm wrong, which Andre, you should probably be here, but did you not say that all firefighting is covered by you? You pay the bill for firefighters if we have to fight it, and you pay the bill to train them. Are those two pieces correct?
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah.
So with regards to a cost, that does certainly calm my concerns down. I am still concerned about the amount of water that we need to have available. That's definitely something that we need to talk about. And you've returned to, or somebody said, I believe Donna said, or I apologize, one of our delegates said that we have enough energy to get us through until 2030 at this point. So what is the rush? Is that true? Do we have enough? Does Ontario have enough energy to get us through until 2030 at this point?
Okay, great. Thank
I'll
you.
leave the rest for now.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy, through you, the mayor. So the IESO, Independent Electric System Operator, in response to your question, whether we have enough energy until 2030, their role is to provide an outlook on both capacity and energy needs 50 years out, and then proactively implement this procurement to make sure that everything is falling in place. So the LT1 procurement has procured close to 4,000 megawatts so far, and those systems will be put into operation no later than 2028, which I'm not member of IESO to answer that question whether we have enough energy or not, but deductive logic would tell us that those systems will not start producing until May 2028. So likelihood is that they will satisfy that 2030 requirement on the energy, but what comes beyond that is probably growing need of energy for the province.
Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Through you, with your permission, since there has been a lot of talk about fires and about Center Wellington dealing with fires, I do notice that we have our chief in the audience, and I'm wondering if he would be able to answer some questions or have comments relating to how he feels that Center Wellington Fire Department and our volunteer firefighters would be able to handle a fire at the facility, and if he'd be able to develop a Center Wellington specific fire plan for this job site, or not job site, but for this site. Thank you.
Welcome, Tom.
Absolutely. Thank you. And through you, Mayor, yes, we've been in great communication with IPA and Fire Risk Alliance. We're aware of the potential huge energy that could be given off by these fires. Different strategies for different events. One event would be to put water on it to cool it, but if it is free burning and letting it go and we're just protecting exposures, then that's what we would do. That's not a new strategy. We've been using that as a course that's been taken. Fire in the environment, we're at barn fires. We have a model where you risk little to save little, and you risk a lot to save a lot. So if we're doing nothing but looking like the public is enjoying us putting water on a fire, but it's putting chemicals down into the groundwater, that's not something that we do. We protect exposures. We are capable with the amount of water there to keep those exposures. I believe that from what we've learned, that each individual battery can be isolated electronically very quickly, and they're monitored all the time. The event that we talk about that happened in Brantford, we were very quick to contact that fire department to see how they reacted to that and how it worked. And all the things that were put in place worked very well. They had a great response from IPA, and they did have to monitor the situation for a while until it cooled. But again, that was the older technology. So this is the new technology. So I think that I just want you to know that we're aware of the energy that could be given off, and we do have different strategies, and we will continue to train and do research to make sure that we're capable of making the best decision at the time of an event.
Question for Tom? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Waters. As you know, part of our safety emergency management here in Wellington County, Fergus seems to be an attraction for tornadoes. Okay, and so that is a real concern for me with this plant. I think the last tornado that touched down wasn't too far away from this area. And it just is where we live with the GRCA at, the Grand River and how the dynamics work. We're an attraction for them. And so that's a real concern for me, if you could talk about that a little bit.
Tornadoes are a concern, through you, Mayor, a concern for everybody. And certainly we do have them in this area. I haven't looked at the disaster plan or that I know that the fire station has been built to different standards so that it could withstand a tornado, or as much of a tornado as it could. I would trust, and that might be a question that you'd want to talk to IPA about, that sort of thing. But again, I can't predict when the tornadoes are coming or how bad they're going to be or how it is going to affect our structure. And I probably wouldn't be working here if I could do that. So, but I mean, again, we're aware that we deal with some large scale events, and we deal with some electrical events already, and power wires coming down in the ice storms and tornadoes is something that we've learned to deal with. And I'm sure it would be the same response to the battery storage system.
Through you, Mayor Waters, I have a follow-up. We're also a volunteer fire department, and most of the other plants have full-time fire. The city of Brantford, it's full-time fire. So if you could talk to that a little bit.
Well, again, the initial response would take up our resources for sure. Again, if we're just monitoring and protecting the exposures, we can download the number of people that we would have on scene. Also, we have a very robust mutual aid system where we can pull in up to 9 other different departments that could help us. The water thing, you should know, again, we have the water shuttle accreditation here, which means as well as the water that's on site to fight the fire, protect the exposures, or whatever strategy we use to do, would be enhanced by the fact that we can move as much water as a hydrant within 8 kilometers, which falls within that area.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you. A part of that with the fire is like the air pollution monitoring. And again, with like potentially 6,000 people now right across the street. I know in the Brantford fire, they had to like monitor in terms of evacuation, whether that's needed or not. Have you been involved in those evacuation discussions and whose role it is, who would be involved in those kind of evacuation plans and who bears the cost and anything related to potential evacuation there?
I would hazard a guess if the event got to be such a large scale that we were doing evacuations that the EOC would probably be opened up and we'd start to use those resources. And we work very closely with our OPP and police, and we would use whoever has the right resources and the most resources to monitor the conditions and make sure we're getting the right people moved out of the hazard area.
Thank you.
Okay, we're just gonna, I have to read this extension of our lovely meeting since we've been at this for a while. So if you could just excuse us for a moment here, Tom. That the Council Township of Centre Wellington, in accordance with Section 7.7A Procedure Bylaw 2021-31, having reached the 3-hour maximum of council meeting, hereby extends the meeting curfew by an hour.
Yes, you.
Yep. Anyways, do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on Councillor McDonald. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay. So moved. Now I'll go to Councillor Evoy if there's additional questions.
Through you. So yes, it's about, although I didn't hear the question of, has there, actually, so I think we need to call back the team. Thank you so much, Tom. Mine's, if I may have a double question. One's about evacuation historically. I didn't hear you speak to it, and I know some people have mentioned it. Is there a need? Has there traditionally been a need? And I do have a follow-up question on evacuations historically with your product in fire.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Nadia to come up and speak in relationship to the fire incident and how that relates to the evacuation or need for evacuation.
Thank you, Councillor. Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. It's a privilege to be here. Specific to your question, we have found that there are various incidents for battery energy storage fires in New York and California. In each of those cases, the evacuation orders were issued out of an abundance of caution. You'll find that for each of these incidents, there was ongoing air quality monitoring, each of which has identified no toxins that have been released into the air. And ultimately, at the Brantford incident that we had in early September, there was no evacuation order that was issued. The need for it was not identified by local fire officials. And in fact, we had the battery energy storage incident in close proximity to the business, and that business remained in operation throughout.
And the follow-up is around the ag lands. We haven't really addressed it. Thank you to our delegate for bringing it to our attention. There's a grave concern with our appreciation for the quality of the soil that we have here in this area. One about, I would like some clarity without fancy numbers and reports, what this might do to our soil. And if we look at your 20-year plan plus 3, at 23 years, 3 years, because I believe you indicated 1 to decommission and 2 to bring the soil back up to prime condition by including new soil, I believe you said. What's happening underneath the ground? Could you just speak to us, because I'm very concerned about our soil.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy, through you, Mayor. So we have retained MHBC to conduct comprehensive agricultural impact assessment. And I would like Pierre to talk about some of the recommendations that came out of that. But before that, just to give you an idea on what goes into the ground of such facilities. So first of all, in terms of acreage, it was mentioned before that the equipment itself will take up roughly about 4 hectares of the footprint. Secondly, we have just completed the detailed geotechnical survey on the site to understand what's underground, including the hydrogeology, monitoring of the underground conditions. And from that, we have determined that it's highly likely that it's going to be sufficient to put piles into the ground, not the concrete pads. And what piles are basically driven supports for the containers that containers will sit on. It's not going to be poured concrete in the facility. Secondly, there's going to be containment pond. There's going to be dry pond that will be digged out close to the second line, and then the substation by the transmission line, which will have to have concrete pad because of the nature of the equipment that goes there. And that's roughly about 1 hectare of the footprint of the substation. So that's hopefully gives you some tangible understanding what goes into the ground as some examples. Unless there's a follow-up question, what goes into the ground, I would like to defer to Pierre to talk about some recommendations of the agricultural impact assessment, which is important. Pierre, could you come up? Yeah, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a great question with respect to soils. It's kind of a near and dear to my heart. It's where I started my education at University of Guelph, so I've done a lot of research in the past. Kind of having said that, just to respond to some of the comments that were made with respect to restoration agriculture, I heard comments like it's impossible to return ag soils back to the same capability. I would suggest that anybody has, if they've looked at, and there's a lot of bad examples, but there's a lot of good examples of restoration in aggregate. And a lot of those same principles, our firm does a lot of aggregate work, if you do know, and we've implemented a lot of these same principles of restoring the agricultural areas back to agriculture through a series of processes. It's not a one-year exercise, as was suggested. It is over several years, and it involves from how we handle the soil from the very beginning, how we store it, how we also maintain that area, and also the restoration. We don't just dump everything back on. We have to turn the soil up, rip up the under subsoil before we replace all the topsoil, put back ground cover, plow that under, do it again over and over again, continuous testing and monitoring to get back to building up that agricultural organic matter into the soil, which is so precious. Granted, and that because the more you handle the soil, the more you disturb the soil structure. And the intention is that you want to move it once. And so that's really what part of this process would be in terms of stripping the topsoil, getting that valuable topsoil off and using it within the berms. You see a lot of our aggregate pits. Why do they have berms? That's their topsoil. That's what they use in their restoration. But again, it's not just restored back the way it is. There's some amendments made to it to bring back that organic matter, the fertility, and improving that structure so that we can grow similar crops. And again, happy to show you lots of examples of successful agricultural restoration. And those are recommendations in our report, and we anticipate that'll be something that's implemented through the site plan.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. This might be a question for Colin, actually. Second line with the South Fergus secondary plan there, I don't know if there was potential construction related to the second line there in terms of any expansion on second line, or if second line is involved in any preliminary study of any potential future bypass that is much talked about in our community. Can you just talk about second line and how that kind of fits into future plans?
Yep. Through the mayor. So yeah, second line from Guelph Street to Highway 6 is a project that's included in our development charges background study and bylaw. So, there's, essentially growth related plans to do improvements to second line at some point in the future in conjunction with development in the area. There's also a water main project listed for second line, that piece of second line, the same block. But of course, as we know, development related projects happen in conjunction with development. So it's hard to determine what the timing of those improvements would be, just that at the time it would be coordinated with development in the area.
Thank you.
Any further comments or, Councillor Adams? Yep, go ahead.
Oh,
Or
sorry,
you
I
had
didn't know
that.
it was still on.
Okay.
I do have an additional
Sure, go
question,
ahead.
but
Yep.
how long had APA been running the Brantford plant?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Adams, for that question. The construction for that specific site commenced in and around 2017 or 2018. It came online in 2022 and had been operating for 2 years.
Thank you. So a follow-up to that. So it came online in 2022. APA had started this delegation saying that health and safety was paramount, but it came online using the NMC, the nickel, magnesium, cobalt. And now so that wasn't too long ago. So it kind of shows and tells me how this technology is changing and we don't know everything yet. And that, our standards and our regulations are also trying to keep up. What makes you so confident that, in 2 years after going live here, that we would see a similar incident, which I think in Brantford, it was in an industrial area, right? So your air monitoring and everything would be a little bit different than when you're facing a whole residential area there.
Through you, Mayor, and thank you so much for your question. Most importantly, I think there's an acknowledgement from IPA and across the industry that we cannot say with certainty that any of our facilities will not experience fire. What is most important to us as we deploy these assets, specifically in living up our safety first mantra, is ensuring that we have all of the resources available and deployed. That includes interactions and with local fire officials, the design and implementation of our emergency response plan, the ongoing training that will provide for local fire officials to ensure that in the event of a fire at any of our facilities, we are able to preserve life, public, and environmental safety. That is the most important thing to us, and that is why communications with the council, as well as local fire officials, has been paramount for us and will be throughout the lifespan of this project. When it comes to the monitoring that happens in the context of air as well as water and other areas specific to the event of an emergency, the technologies that we'd be deploying in an urban environment or here in Centre Wellington would be absolutely the same. We are preserving we're tracking for anything that can be contaminations and making sure that they are not released into the environment, and we do so with local environmental officials at the ministry level as well as local as well.
Councillor Evoy.
Might seem like a far-fetched question. What happens if your company folds? What happens to this space? What happens? Who's monitoring it? Who's providing the safety upkeep? Who's doing the decommissioning? What kind of guarantee or insurance is in place in the event of that?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Councillor Evoy, for that important question. Ultimately, because we are a Blackstone portfolio company, we are backed by a very powerful and strong investment firm, meaning that we foresee full ownership as well as operational oversight of this project through its contractual obligation to the IESO. And reinforcing again, we do have a contractual obligation to meet in order to meet the capacity and reliability needs that have been identified here in in the province. In the off chance, so 0.0001% chance that we move away from this project, given the contract that's in place, it would largely be transferred to another IPP. But again, that's incredibly, incredibly unlikely.
Okay, Council, any other further questions, comments? Well, yes, Councillor Craddock. Yep.
Thank you, and through you. I think I have a couple actually. We are a volunteer fire department, and one of the delegates said that there would be the need for training to take place off-site, potentially Australia, I think was mentioned. I think it would be very hard for our department to make that trip together there or anywhere. Could it happen on-site, and how often would it happen?
Absolutely. Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Craddock, for that question. Number one, we will be providing emergency response plan training on site specific to when this project does come online. That emergency response plan, again, will be developed in partnership with local fire officials as well as third parties that are recognized for their strong understanding of best practices in this space, as well as their knowledge. And so, again, it's unclear to me where that assumption has been made, but ultimately everything will be done here locally, will be done on site, it will be done in partnership with Center Wellington.
And just to follow up, and sorry to bring it back to risk, but one of the delegates had also mentioned that it had the potential to be a Halifax type event, which, if you're unaware, I think took the lives of 2,000 more. It was a huge explosion. Is that a worst case scenario, a real potential threat for this community?
Through you, Mayor Waters. Thank you, Councillor Craddock. That is not a risk. If you have additional questions or clarifications, I would like to invite FRA to speak to them.
If you can say that with confidence, I'll explore it more outside, but no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Why 211 megawatts? We're pushing beyond even like the provincial policy statement now. It's one of the largest applications from APA. We're a small community right up against a future residential area. Why 211 megawatts?
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Through you, Mayor. I hear twofold question there, 211 megawatts. And then the second part of the question was, could you just refresh my memory quickly? There were two parts to that.
It's really just in considering that location. Like I read the reasons of why all the other alternative locations weren't chosen. And I read it as that wasn't really ideal for APA, like your company. But what makes this location ideal? I think we all get that this general technology is needed, and there's like a greater good there. I think we can all agree here. But now we're talking about like right in the middle of like our infrastructure, our residential infrastructure. Why 211 megawatts right in the heart of like some of our mega residential infrastructure?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Through you, the Mayor, I'd like to start with confirming that this is not the largest facility that has a contract in Ontario, 200 megawatts. There is, as a matter of fact, a 400 megawatt facility as well. So yet again, a bit of a misinformation there. So second part of that answer is the why 211 megawatts. So the contract that we got awarded is for 200 megawatts. And I believe one of the delegates spoke that it's a surprise that it's 211. 211 is a nameplate because ISO mandated 5% buffer on the top of the contractual capacity. So this is where 211 comes from. But the contract with ISO is 200 megawatt commitment. And then probably the most important part of your question, Councillor Adams, is why there and why that size? So there are only so many transmission lines across Ontario that can accept these size of the projects, and we have systematically assessed complete Ontario where we can put these systems. And it just happened that the transmission lines that run through Center Wellington, referred to as D6V and D7V, have that available capacity. So this system was designed according to the transmission lines available capacity, and this is what has driven the 200 megawatt size. Yeah.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. So you spoke about that larger project. Is it within, I think we are going to be 500 or 600 meters from the residential line? Is that larger project within 500 or 600 meters of the residential area?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Through you, the mayor. I don't know the details of the projects other than that it's in the Bruce County. It's up by Owen Sound, I believe, in that area. But forgive me, I don't know the details of the project. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments from council? Okay. So we've had a very fulsome night tonight, a lot of questions, a lot of things to take in. And so it'll be an opportunity for us to go away, obviously talk to staff, talk to folks that way. And we will be coming back to this. So at this point, I'm going to call this and thank everyone for attending. And I wish to advise council will be considering a bylaw at the future council meeting. So you'll be all kept attuned and more to come on this. Anyways, thank you very much. And I declare this meeting closed. Thank you. I think we'll take a 7-minute break.
Mayor Waters and councillors, and thank you for a very spirited and informative public meeting. So I'm here to report on the things that are going on with the county. First of all, I'd like to say Carroll Creek culvert is finished. That's on County Road 17. And the Salem Creek culvert is underway with things that are being done. County Road 18 is a source of excitement right now as lights have gone up and they're beginning to work on second line for a roundabout. And there's all kinds of things that are happening on County Road 18 to help improve safety of our residents. The Arthur Garage project is now scheduled to open in early 2025. I just wanted to give you some high-level information about our budget. So the roads in the county total 1,434 laned kilometers. We have projected costs for construction of base surface storm sewers and resurfacing at approximately $71 million over 10 years. Add to it bridges at a tune of $67.8 million over 10 years and culvert work at $15.3 million. That doesn't include resurfacing, which is approximately $88 million over the next 10 years. A lot of money coming out of our residents' pockets through our property taxes and the amounts that are given from provincial government to cover these costs. It's still going to cause a little pressure, to say the least, on our levies going forward. It's a total of approximately $431 million over 10 years to maintain safe and efficient road networks in our county. Now let's turn our minds to solid waste. The Elora Transfer Station is the highest used station in the county, and we have agreed to a total project cost of $3.9 million to do all the upgrades in Elora. There has to be scales to weigh waste going in on a vehicle or with a trailer and then leaving. We have instituted, as of January 1st, the minimum fee structure. We are encouraging our residents to divert as much as they can through recycling and through compost to keep our landfill sites operational for 25 years plus. Now, OPP costs are being felt across the province. Our police checks have moved to an online system, and the cost for a property in Centre Wellington is moving up from $429 per property dollars to about $484 per property in 2025. That's going to push our contract up over $20 million into 2025. Social services, the 65 Delhi Street Transitional Housing Project is for the end of 2024. There is an active campaign that's been going on with regards to daycare. We're happy to report that since April, there's been an increase of 7 more sites in our area to house more children through daycare. We're going to continue that, and the daycare component has asked for funding going forward to continue the outreach and actively seek out more home care sites for children. The Information Heritage and Seniors under the Wellington County Museum, I want to encourage you to go out this Friday night from 4 to 9 and Saturday from 12 to 5 for the wonderful winter market that we host out there. But I also want to extend a very heartfelt thank you for the participation of this council in the Remembrance Day service. That makes a great deal of importance in what it was you were doing as a road tour and taking that time out of your schedule to come and join us as well. Very well appreciated. I wanted to mention also about warming centers. I think it's important for us to recognize that through our county, we do not have any emergency housing for our homeless. So currently, to warm up through the day, we are using our library system in which people can go and get respite for warming up in the weather to come this winter. Sadly, only Aboyne and Fergus have a few hours on Sunday. So as we go forward, it's imperative to us as a county to keep looking for ways in which we can reach out to those that are down on their luck or are living out on the streets to offer opportunities for them to get out of the cold. Another thing that happened in our library meeting was a discussion around safe injection sites closing and the possibility of sharps appearing in our communities. And the library is going to look forward into how they should be looking into being a help in this area, as we have 14 branches over the core of our county, which could possibly allow for some sharps disposal units. The Erin Library is on schedule for the 2024 completion, and we're excited about that. We're maintaining our room rental costs in the libraries at $15 an hour, and our circulation numbers are going through the roof. The trends are going forward. Everyone is enjoying the library, and we saw an outstanding response in our summer reading program, both in children and in our youth categories. As you're aware, the official plan amendment 126 is moving to County Council for recommendation to go out onto the next steps of open houses and public meetings. So keep your hat on. We're still working on official plans. Climate changes are in the works for upgrades to some of our vehicles to electric models as we can move forward. And lastly, I just want to make a note on RideWell. You work hard with your shuttle, helping move people about through the summer months. But as of the year end for RideWell, Centre Wellington accounts for 64% of the rides that happen. So do we have people in our communities that need to be moved around? We absolutely do. And we hope to continue to grow this and improve and be able to offer these opportunities for our residents. And I'm open to you for questions.
Thank you, Mary. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Craddock.
Thank you. Through you, just clarification, the warming centers, the Sunday availability at the library, is it not any time that they're open?
We only have 2 branches open on Sundays, and that is the Fergus branch and the Aboyne branch. So if there's someone who needs a place to warm up, hopefully there's arenas that have the availability for people to go in and get maybe dry or warm up.
I think our Sportsplex would be a good option.
It's for your discussion, yes.
Any other comments or questions for Mary? Well, thanks for being patient and waiting for our public meeting. Appreciate all your input tonight, and have a good evening. Thanks, Mary. Okay, now we're going to move down to item 9.2, Councillor Committee updates. Who would like to start tonight on that? Do you have a hand that's going to go up here? Okay, well, we'll start with Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. For Elora BIA, we had the AGM on November 12th, and a new treasurer was put into place, and they also had the membership pass their 2025 budget, so we'll be seeing that coming to us here. This is their last week for their Starlight shopping on Thursday and Friday night, the 28th and 29th, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. So if you want to go out and get a little shop on or do some dining. You can also check out the lights in the green space, which was a project that we had passed. And the Elora Parade, Saturday, November 30th at 6:15. Starts at Sophia and Getty's, and it goes downtown and turns on to East Mill, and it finishes at Bissell Park. So you can get all the littles ready and head on down.
Thank you for that update. We'll go to Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. I attended the Safe Communities meeting last week. We had a presentation on the FAST system. The FAST system stands for Flexible, Achievable, Scalable, and Timely. It's a software program where they are tracking substance abuse, and it will be a use and track source for naloxone and treatment going forward, and that data will be used with the closing of safe injection sites. It will be used to monitor and look at other things. I did receive a bit of an update from the coordinator of Safe Communities. She's coordinating with Parachute Canada, and that is really the essence of what Safe Communities is about. They are empowering the youth to look at problems on our streets. It's kind of a different take on things. And they want the youth to come up with a solution to make a change in the community. And so that will come forward eventually. Also, our OPP Chief Inspector, Steve Thomas, also mentioned that there have been several 138 impaired drivers. We also heard feedback that the youth that are driving, there's been an issue with edibles or smoking cannabis because they say it makes them drive better. And so they're looking into that, and that'll come forward too. And I don't think we have another meeting now till about February. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Just a quick update from the Fergus BIA. They also had their AGM 2 weeks ago. They replaced their entire board. So the new chair is Melinda Croft from the One and Only Marketplace. Vice chair is Miranda Holmes, String Theory Yarn Shop. Treasurer is Tammy Rice from Studio Boutique. And members at large are Bonnie Shorthill, Charlene Stacken, Graham Wilkin, and Ellen Wilson. And they also approved their 2025 budget, so that'll be coming forward to us. The Fergus version of Sip and Shop is next Friday, starts December 6th, 13th, and 20th. So the Friday evenings in Fergus, so come check it out. And the Santa Claus Parade is December 7th.
Thank you. Councillor Evoy.
Farm Safety also had their AGM and passed their budget, took a look at it, and also saw Evelyn, who has been with the group for 30-some years, has just retired. So we'd like to wish Evelyn well, and I'm going to help out as much as I can with that, as well as somebody else on the committee. So everybody's pulling in together to make this work. I think big talks for this summer, a lot of changes coming in with regards to how we handle our farm days. So that's up for discussion, but I look forward to sharing more of that. But again, just want to say congratulations to Evelyn.
Thank you, Councillor Evoy. And I see a hand right there. Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you, Mayor Waters. Councillor McDonald and I also attended the Economic Development meeting on November 13th, and we welcomed our Eden McQueen, who is our youth representative on our committee, which was excellent. Most of the meeting was taken up with our STR report that came to us. It was referred back to the committee from council. So they were a lot of discussion around what was put into it and the recommendations that were coming from, I was going to say expert, but that's not what I want to say. Consultants. Thank you. So there was questions revolved around parking in the downtowns, and the consultants thought that the heritage overlay areas are exempt of parking and they don't need to have a 100-meter distance between the STRs. And he said because that would be good for tourism, keeping the accommodations in the downtown where the businesses are. And if we do get some hotels and motels, it'll kind of sort itself out and self-manage in the downtown cores. There was questions for Adam regarding budget and if we're using existing staff in a new position. We would be using existing staff, and any new position in 2025 would be covered by the fees that were going to be charged. And the recommended fees were $225 a room up to $800 per STR, and it's for a 3-year license, which was a bit of a clarification that we had given out. And also there was questions if we could handle it through zoning. Brett clarified that zoning can't deal with the quality of life issues. And then he also was stating that it would also be applicable to bylaws and fire regulations and fire inspections. So the bylaws that would be considered would be your property standards, clean yards, the fire inspections, and then any parking that needs to be considered, because they want to have, if you have 2 per bed, that there's enough parking provided with the STRs. There was some concern about over-regulating and if we were going to be over-regulating, but the majority seemed to feel that we need to have regulation. We need to have licensing and formalizing the process of STRs in our community, because they wanted to be safe and they wanted to have the fire inspections. So I believe that's coming back to us, but that's just the overall conversations that we had at committee. Okay.
Councillor Adams.
Yes, thank you, through you. Question. Did the topic of, and I can't recall, limiting the maximum number of bedrooms in a STR come up at that meeting at all as a concern?
Yeah, I asked the question of stacking, like how much stacking there would be. You know, they're paying per room and then they're paying fee and fee and fee, and there is. In order to regulate it. I do want to note that the chamber is not in support of, the chamber representative, Brock, was not in support of anything with government relations with these STR as a business. So there was a bit of pushback actually on the committee.
Okay. Oh yes, Councillor Craddock.
Thank you. Through you. AGM, Victoria Park Senior Center, was the 21st, and we were lucky enough to have staff and Mayor Waters and CEO Dan Wilson in attendance. Unfortunately, there wasn't quorum. I think we needed 40 and there was less than that, but luckily it wasn't there was nothing on the agenda to vote on. The board does not switch over until next year. So luckily there was nothing to vote on. So it became more of an information session. And then MGA Consultants gave their presentation for the Parks and Rec. And that went over well and turned into a pretty fruitful conversation afterwards, which I'm sure we'll see the results of when they come back to us.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Just a quick note, Councillor Jefferson Wilton and I did attend a very quick meeting of the Groves Memorial Community Hospital Board of Directors, which you will see the topic of in your consent agenda. There was just an addition of some board of directors added there. So very quick meeting, and can find all that information in your consent agenda.
Councillor McDonald.
Just a question for that one. Do you, as a board, get to interview or talk to the new board of directors coming in, or what, you're just approving them?
It was a recommendation coming from staff, but yeah, like they were all present and available for questions from the board. Thank you.
Okay. If there's nothing else from council, thank you for all your very full council committee comments. I really appreciate that. So now we're going to move down to item 10, delegations. And I'm not too sure who's going to speak. Oh, is it Catherine? Yes. Board co-chair at the Elora Center of the Arts.
Absolutely. Welcome. Thank you. Mayor Waters, thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak to this item. I'm Catherine Giffen, co-chair. With me tonight, I have Molly Klieger, who is our Director of Development. And I'm speaking to you in response to the proposed changes. I think it's item 12.4 on your agenda, which is an amendment to the community impact grants, or a new policy replacing it. that has serious impact for Elora Center for the Arts, and we'd like an opportunity to speak to that. I would also say, unfortunately, my co-chair, Deepti Salikdi, and Leanne Carter, who is our ED, couldn't be here tonight as we're actually having our annual general meeting as we speak. So we would have packed the house because there's lots of interest in this from the center, but thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak to the proposed changes, in particular, the proposed change that would take away the opportunity for capital infrastructure applications. The context of our request, if I could put it in some context for you. Last year, 2023, we presented to Council asking for formalized ongoing financial support for the Arts Centre, given our unique and year-round role in the community as a community centre for the arts and culture. And as many of you or some of you may recall, some years ago, the township had invested in a building audit of the Arts Centre, which really gave us a pretty clear roadmap in terms of the maintenance projects we needed to address to keep up this dear old 1856 schoolhouse building and ensure that we would keep the building safe and functional for years to come. We welcomed that audit and we made plans around the ongoing capital investments in that building as pursuant to the audit. And we're committed to managing these projects with minimal administrative burden for the township staff, and we have done that in the past. Over the years, I have to say we've been very grateful for the receipt of various levels of support that the township has given for our capital projects to the schoolhouse, ranging from 1 year of up to $100,000, and last year was $18,000. Last year, this was in support of an accessible door replacement. There are lots of accessible issues with the old schoolhouse, and the door was literally falling apart and a real barrier to many of the members of our community in order to access the center. But we're happy to say it's completed and will now serve thousands of people for many years to come in the center. Other projects that you have supported have included the fire escape and the replacement of our ancient and honorable heating system. However, with the proposed changes to the community impact grants being discussed tonight, capital funding will no longer be available for us. This brings us here today. It's a bit of a gut punch and a surprise, frankly, to us. And we wanted to make sure that at least Council had the opportunity to consider some of our comments with respect to that. When we talk about understanding what these policy changes are, we certainly do understand and respect that the goal behind these changes are quite valid. Obviously, there's an interest in directing funding towards a very wide range of programs and projects, but also the removal of the capital funding was essentially, as I understand it, initiated to eliminate the challenges that the staff has identified in administering these capital grant applications. It's not an easy process for them. And, you know, we've worked on both sides of it, so we understand that. We also appreciate the hard work of the township staff that they have put into administering these grants. But I would really urge you to consider perhaps taking a fresh approach to this and look at perhaps fixing the administrative process and saving the deserving capital funding programs that are in our community, and especially impact the Elora Center for the Arts. We would ask you to consider the long-term and broader impact of capital funding, especially for our Arts Center, but more importantly, a recognition that capital infrastructure upgrades serve the community not just for 1 year at a time as programs, but for decades as these projects are undertaken. Why am I talking about this in terms of Elora Center for the Arts in particular? Well, apart from the fact that I'm their board chair, I think we are unique as a gem in the arts and culture prospects in Elora and Center Wellington in particular. First of all, we're steward of this ancient and honorable community asset, the Heritage Elora Schoolhouse. And it's a building we maintain and preserve. It's in our, number one in our amalgamation documents that say we will preserve and maintain that gem for the benefit of the community. But also importantly is that we're open year-round. Unlike many of the seasonal organizations, we operate 12 months a year, hosting a wide range of programs and events that serve the community and diversified interests. What you may not know is that we support 13 long-term tenants in the Elora Center for the Arts building. These artists and cultural groups all rent space at below market value rents, contributing to the creative vibrancy of the community, and many of them could not afford market rents, and that's why we specifically carve that out for them. We also offer short-term rental spaces to community groups, and this past year, we've actually hosted 92 events, most of which were run in partnership with local community groups who rent, again, at subsidized rates or in many cases with fees frequently waived because it's necessary to support these community impact, important community impact projects. And then also importantly is the Art Center building and green space itself supports and serves over 50,000 people annually. Our center houses arts-based organizations, but it's not just a space for arts and culture. We're not just an art gallery. We do serve programs, but it has become a hub for the entire community. And particularly with the expansion of our green space, that we've noticed that the benefits of that. So our need for capital support. Well, you may have been hearing about our expansion success and the fundraising we're doing around this. But rest assured that fundraising for the expansion is only possible because this new project supports new and incremental value that it brings to the community. It's very hard to fundraise for basic replacement of existing capital projects. I mean, the community doesn't get excited about gutters and downspouts, but those are issues too that we have to worry about on a daily basis. Molly, who writes our grant applications, would certainly attest to the difficulty in finding any grants that support those kind of capital infrastructure. So one thing is certain, our need for our Heritage Schoolhouse will continue to weigh very heavily on our operations. And as you know, you balance operations and capital maintenance as a not-for-profit organization. And we really don't want this to weigh on our community impact in the long term. So I'm going to get to the chase, and this is our request. Given the unique role as stewards of the community heritage building and the long-term legacy that the impact of capital infrastructure can make in the community, we respectfully ask that the capital funding, is not removed from the community impact grants policy, or whatever that's being renamed, community investments policy, I believe. And that, in consideration of the township staff and volunteer grant accesses time and efforts to select worthy and feasible projects, that the capital funding evaluation criteria be simplified. Based on the conversations with staff about the challenges that they have in facing administration of these grants and the number of people that apply for it, what we're suggesting is we work with the community, with the staff in the township to look at, I don't know, I'm blue skying here now, but putting out criteria to clarify who actually is qualified for these, so you're not inundated by a number of applications which really don't make sense. We would suggest that, in line with the Canadian Heritage Policy, for instance, that the applicants either own the space or property and have a minimum of 5-year lease with signed agreements with the owner to do the capital development, that The applicants clearly demonstrate sizable and broad community impact, and that they have a demonstrated track record for timely and transparent reporting on past township projects. We believe that this investment in the long-term cultural future of the Centre of Wellington, we've really appreciated the partnership that we've had with the township, and we understand that Centre Wellington needs a community centre for arts and culture, and we believe that our centre clearly has enhanced the overall well-being of the community, which is one of the driving forces for some of the changes asked for in the changes to the policy. But what we're really stating here, and I think the bottom line is, before we go ahead and throw out the capital funding program, I think we should look at simplifying the process and keeping the program. In conclusion, in closing, I'd like you to consider the broader impact of the Arts Centre. As I say, and I've outlined earlier, and I will flog this one to death, we're here tonight not just because we are an art center, but the impact on the community that we have is quite meaningful. And we're not just here for the center itself. We're here on behalf of the 13 long-term tenants who deliver arts and culture daily within the building. They include, and I'm going to have to read this because they're lengthy, the Fergus Elora Academy of Dance, the Nest Marketplace, the Elora Festival and Singers, Riverfest Elora, the Schoolhouse Art Collective, the Elora Photography Collective, the Centre Wellington Community Foundation, the Elora Karate Dojo, and several local artist studios. We're also here on behalf of the dozens of community groups who we partner with in our space year-round, like the Elora Community Theatre, Studio Tour, Team Addie, Hospice Wellington, Aboyne Rural Hospice, Elora Fergus Plein Air, Neighborwoods, Tree Trust, the Elora Adventure Film Festival, the Elora Sculpture Project, local authors, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and more. And most importantly, we are here for more than the 50,000 people served each year by our Community Arts Center. This wouldn't be possible if we cannot maintain some support from the township for our continued projects, which really we're asking for is some support for the audited items that we all are aware are necessary to keep our lovely building afloat. By continuing to support the capital needs of the Arts Center, you're ensuring that this vital space remains accessible for generations to come. So, thank you for your time and consideration, and we look forward to continuing our partnership with Centre Wellington to make vibrant community hub for the arts at the Elora Centre for the Arts. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Catherine. If there's some questions for clarification, that would be much appreciated.
Through you, Mayor Waters, thank you so much. That was a fulsome view. I guess from a budget perspective, is there a specific amount you were looking for, or you were just looking for it to be open to apply for what the need was?
Well, funny you should ask.
Okay.
We actually do keep an ongoing list of the upcoming items. We're looking at fire escape. For the photo studio, we need metal gutters and downspouts, a hot water heater, upgrade for low flow toilets, and stabilizing the main floor in our gallery and the nest area. That actually adds up over the next 3 years to about $23,000 a year.
Councillor Wilton.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. Just curious, do you have a total of how much money you've received in grants to date?
In infrastructure grants?
For capital grants, yes.
From the township or?
Yes, from the township.
Molly?
Okay, that's fine.
Well, we have gotten funding every year up into this and up until we were surprised to learn that capital funding would not be available. And as I say, the very first year we got a sizable amount of $100,000. That was the first year, when I say the very first year, the first year that the Arts Center actually took ownership and responsibility for the building.
Add a little bit to this. This is very round numbers, but I believe it's in the ballpark of 700 and some odd thousand, of which 460 came from McDonald Fund allocations, 380 of that going to.
Thank you.
Any other questions for clarification? Thank you very much, Catherine, for your presentation. So when item 12.4, because I didn't realize what you were going to talk about exactly today. So when we get down to 12.4, I will step aside just to declare conflict, because I mentioned that. And if you at that point just take my spot here. So again, thank you for your presentation. So now we're at consent items. I know this is a favorite of, this is actually the favorite of you guys, is that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington, in accordance with section 7.7 A of Procedure Bylaw 2021-31, having reached the 3-hour maximum of council meeting, hereby extends the meeting curfew by an hour. Do you have a mover for that? Yes. Yeah. Okay, Councillor McDonald, seconder on that. Councillor Welton, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, so that, I know that one's one of your favorites. And here's the next favorite, consent items. Consent agenda items are considered routine in nature and voted on collectively. However, any member of council may request one or more items be removed from the consent agenda for separate action. And I'll read the recommendation. Recommendation that the Council Township of Centre Wellington approve consent agenda items 11.1 through to 11.4. So is that a mover or a question? Okay. We have a mover, seconder, Councillor Evoy. Any comments, questions as relates to those? Okay. All those in favor? That's so moved. Thank you. Now we're down to consideration of reports. 2024 Annual Emergency Management Program report. Who is going to speak? Oh, hi. Welcome.
Good evening, through you, Mayor Waters and councillors. Thank you so much for having me today. So I'm just giving you the report on the 2024 Annual Emergency Management Program for the Township of Centre Wellington. The township has satisfied the requirements of the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act and Ontario Regulation 380-04 for 2024. The report just outlines the municipal requirements set out in the Act and the regulation and how we have fulfilled those. The program committee met on February 6, 2024 to discuss those key items: the emergency management program, hazard identification and risk assessment, emergency response plan, training needs, proposed annual exercise, and public education. The minutes from that committee were attached. The emergency response plan was adopted by council in the fall of 2020. In terms of training, the training requirements haven't changed from 2018 guidance note from the province. Of note, we did add the EM 240 note-taking course this year and ran 3 sessions of that. The annual emergency management exercise was on June 18th, 2024. It was based on a shelter exercise, so we had 2 modules running at the same time. The recommendations and outcomes from this exercise: number 1, the inclusion of alternate multiple roles. The group felt that was very beneficial. It was good to practice that changeover, how the shift handover process works, experience the different roles, and gain that understanding of shelter operations. Multi-site, like I said, we had the EOC and then we also had a shelter simulation at the same time, so we found that was really helpful. It gave the group a chance to test the communication systems for different scenarios, so that's something that we do want to keep moving forward, practice on those radios, so we'll look to incorporate that in the future. And then shelter gaps. So the group felt that the exercises highlighted some of those gaps that exist within shelter and the operations. So that's something that we want to focus on in the coming years. We do have a shelter training course that we are hoping to get off the ground in 2025. And we do have a lot of documents and bins and that all come together with all of that. So we're hoping to really ramp that up in 2025. In terms of public education, we are required to have a public education program. So as part of that, the Emergency Management Division attended 27 public education events across the whole county, up by 8 events from last year, including 7 in the township. Some were joint events with other member municipalities. Of note, we attended the Fergus Home Show, the Township Open House, and we did as part of a fire hall tour for a day camp in the summer. We continue to do our Wellington Advertiser radio social media ads, focusing on the do one thing per month that you can see listed there. In terms of critical infrastructure, we are still working on our common operating picture map to make that updated. We had some issues when it was updated, ArcGIS was updated, so we're working really hard. We're hoping to have that completed by mid-2025, if not earlier. And then we have created the final after action report for COVID-19. I know it feels like a long time ago now, but we did a survey to our joint emergency operations center for, it was found that, it was a great response. It was very well done. The coordination, collaboration, and decision-making were critical, especially with the joint declaration of emergency. While their existing plans could have been more effective, they still supported the response. We do have some specific updates to plans we will be doing in 2025. But overall, it was felt that it was a successful response. And in conclusion, the township has fulfilled all those mandatory municipal requirements. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Comments, questions? Councillor McDonald.
Just one question. We were all emergency management trained in the beginning when we came on council, and then you had the shelter follow-up, and only our mayor and deputy mayor were allowed to go. And I think it would be useful for all of council if they choose to get extra education on something like that. They should be allowed to go. Just a thought.
Oh, sorry, through you, Mayor Waters, Councillor McDonald. Yeah, so I think initially, because of the way that the notification list works, I know we have a rolling term of councillors that are the alternates. So I think just normally what we do due to spacing and that kind of thing, we just do a primary and alternate if we have the space, but totally welcome to invite all those to have additional training, because definitely want everyone to be trained. So moving forward, yeah, well, that's something we can discuss at the program committee meeting in 2025. No problem.
Any other comments, questions? So I'll just read this recommendation. Thank you again, Verenia. Recommendation that the Township of Centre Wellington Council receive Emergency Management Report EM 2024-02 dated November 25th, 2024 regarding the status of the Township Emergency Management Program for 2024. And further that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington accepts the annual status report of the Township Emergency Management Program for 2024. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock. Seconder on that? Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So moved. Okay, we'll now move down to item 12.2, Emergency Management Program Committee EMPC Structure Update.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. So this is just a report to update the structure of the Emergency Management Program Committee. So the Regulation 380-04 of the Emergency Management Civil Protection Act requires the appointment of an Emergency Management Program Committee to advise Council on the development and implementation of the Township of Centre Wellington's Emergency Management Program. It was updated in 2016 with the following members that are listed there, and also to any other persons or representatives that can be appointed by council from time to time, and also that the committee appoint the CAO as the chair. However, in the actual resolution, by accident, the committee member, Centre Wellington Fire Department Fire Chief, was accidentally left off the official resolution at the end of the report. So I'm just correcting that here. Thank you.
Yes, comments, questions? No? Okay, I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approves an update to the enhanced composition of the Township Emergency Management Program Committee to include the position of the Fire Chief in the listed committee members. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton, seconder on that. Councillor Jefferson, further comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? So move. Thank you very much for your reports. Okay, we're going to move down to item 12.3, update of Community Connect pilot program 2024. Welcome.
Right. So coming out of the pandemic, Council directed staff to offer neighborhood grant pilot program. That was restructured in 2024 to the Community Connect pilot program, which had a few key intentions. The first one was to celebrate and increase volunteerism for all community groups. The second was to connect residents to resources that they needed to feel connected, safe, and included. And the last one was to enhance community connectivity as Center Wellington grows. There were 4 parts to the pilot program. First, there were 37 volunteer profiles that were shared. The goal was to celebrate volunteers and inspire and motivate others to get involved. Second, we had 5 organizations offer open houses in their spaces. We supported them by offering a media kit that had some resources like a public service announcement template, social media graphic, etc. Some organizations often don't have volunteers with this skill set, so that's how we were helpful to them. Third, the township hosted the first Center Wellington new resident reception on September 19th with 17 topic tables to share resources with new residents that will help them thrive in their new community. 123 attendees came out, and there were 10 community ambassadors who collectively spoke 6 different languages. The feedback was very positive, and many returned to the Sportsplex 2 weeks later for the last initiative, which was the volunteer fair. This event took place on October 3rd. There were 34 booths filled with local not-for-profits with excellent volunteer opportunities. There were 380 attendees, 100 of which were students from the local high school. The plan for 2025 is to make this a permanent program instead of a pilot, switching to monthly volunteer profiles instead of weekly. Also develop guides for open houses, including the kit that was created. Also alternate a volunteer fair and a new resident reception each year going forward, and promote the existing volunteer profile portal that United Way does. So the financial implications, staff are requesting $5,000 to execute the Community Connect program annually. Funding remains in the Neighborhood Wellness Reserve. So the 2025 budget can come out of that reserve. In 2025, there is a request in the staffing strategy for staff resources for the DEI assistant to help support this program, among other projects. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Comments, questions? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, through you. Kristen, I really actually enjoyed the pilot project of this, and I was a little apprehensive of when we changed it, but I have been completely impressed by all the activities that you and your team have done. Having attended a lot of these events, you just saw how successful they were and how people in the community were just so active and engaged in it. So I think it's great. So kudos to you and your team. My only question is, when we look at the recommendation, there is that piece to the staffing strategy. Would the recommendation be approving that staffing, or that would the part about the staffing strategy would come at budget time? Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Mayor Waters. I also attended both of them, and especially the new resident reception was really received very well. Lots of feedback and compliments for sure. My question is about the money piece. Will we also be discussing this in budget, or is this where we're adding on to the budget at all?
Through Mayor Waters, the 2025 draft budget has been prepared, assuming that council approves this resolution. So it includes the DEI assistant as well as $5,000 funded through the reserve, as Kristen has indicated. So obviously that's subject to approval of the budget through the discussions we have in December.
Councillor Evi?
Kristen, given our previous delegate, can you just help me to understand? And fairly enough, I've been away a lot. Can you help me to understand, so the plan going forward with regards to that capital funding that one recipient has received a lot, can you explain, was the reason you switched it based on what they're... Oh, sorry.
I had such a good response. Wait for it.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay. I'm going to read thank you, Kristen. I'm going to read the recommendation of the Council. Township of Centre Wellington received for information report CS 2024-33 update on Community Connect pilot program 2024, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington approved creating a permanent Community Connect program as outlined in a report CS 2024-33. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton. Seconder on that, Councillor Adams. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none? All those in favor? So moved. I'm going to so move from my butt off here right now. And I'm going to invite Councillor. Yes.
We have everything. I think we can just use.
All right, with regards to 12.4 Community Investment Fund Policy, the report from Kay Bedial, Manager of Community Development, CS 2024-29, recommendation that the Council of the Township of Centre Wellington approve the Mayor and Clerk to execute a bylaw to adopt the Community Investment Fund Policy attached as Appendix A to report CS 2024-29 to replace the former Community Impact Grant Policy, and that Council approve the 2025 award of annual specific grants as outlined in Appendix B to report CS 2024-29.
I do. I just need my slide deck, which Lisa's working on. It's all good. All right. It seems that the Community Impact Grant has been revised every year, and this year is no exception. There's 5 main changes that staff are recommending to Council. The first change is the name change to the Community Investment Fund. And this name change implies the goal of being partners in creating meaningful and impactful opportunities for the community while being in alignment with Council's strategic goals. The Community Investment Fund name would also imply that there's a broader offering of supports. The working group from the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee was surprised to learn of all the ways the township can support groups in their efforts for community impact. You can see the list at the bottom of this slide. The township has a cultural resource center that offers commonly used items like tents, pylons, staging, hand washing equipment, and so much more at prices that are a fraction of what a rental company would charge. Council supported the first volunteer recruitment fair, and there are future plans to help match community members with engaging volunteer opportunities. In terms of marketing, there's a calendar of event page on the township website that anyone can post their events to at no cost. This receives approximately 3,000 views per month by community and tourists alike. The communications team is also combing posts tagging the township to reshare. The township also offers other different granting opportunities, and staff follow the rates and fees set out by council, but have opportunities to also offer free space in the case of culture days, boardroom space, and have agreements with groups that offer discounts and other supports. There are also situations where groups benefit from having storage solutions on township property in the form of sheds, containers, or storing items in open fields. These are all ways that the township supports groups, and the application for the Community Investment Fund will help remind applicants that all these resources are here for them and ask which of the supports would be helpful to them. The second change is around limiting organizations is around asking them to prioritize their most important ask to them and submit one application. The volunteer working group and staff spent a significant amount of time reading, scoring, discussing, and in the end, the question from the working group was if there should be a limit on the accumulated total of support that groups can receive. And it's a great question, and we'll dive deeper into that conversation with the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee in a minute. The recommendation to remove the capital stream was part and due to the amount of staff resources that the capital grants require, and also because there are very few applicants that can qualify for the capital funding. This stream creates significant challenges and consumes township resources in terms of agreements and reconciliation. Projects have struggled to be compliant or completed timely in the past. This is a staff recommendation, but also supported by the working group. The next change is pausing new entries to the annual specific stream and keeping true the original intent of this stream. This was a list of groups and initiatives that provide a service to the township for a nominal fee. These initiatives are things like garden care, parade planning, lawn cutting, Remembrance Day planning, and more. This stream is solely supported through taxation, and the working group recommended that it stay true to that original intent and be protected. The last major change was changing the streams to prioritize the impact of the initiatives rather than focusing solely on the type of expenditure. For example, in the past, it was capital or programming. This also ensures that community challenges like food insecurity, as an example, are never competing with cultural or community one-day events. The idea was that they both impact the community in different ways, and there should be committed funding for both, but separate. The inclusive community stream requires the terms and conditions of that funding to be created with collaboration with the DEI committee. This is a project in 2025 using additional resources included in the 2025 staffing strategy for council's consideration during budget deliberations. This stream would then be offered to the community in 2026. After the feedback from the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee Working Group, the draft changes were presented to both Healthy Communities and Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Advisory Committees. The working group requested that the entire Healthy Communities Advisory Committee comment and make recommendations on grant stacking. These in-depth discussions took place at the November 6th meeting. One of the changes was to introduce the limit of one grant per organization to ensure fairness and accessibility across the Community Investment Fund. At the same time, we recognize the important work of smaller affiliate groups that apply through parent organizations. To support those partnerships, we've structured the program so parent organizations are not penalized for being nimble and responsive in helping these smaller groups access funding. We encourage thoughtful collaboration to align applications with shared community partners. Section 2.4.1 allows both the affiliate group and the parent organization to apply, provided the affiliate's application is for a distinctively different initiative than the parent organization's primary priority application. The second item discussed at the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee was the notion of stacking, which is defined as the practice of combining multiple grants or funding from the same funder. The Healthy Communities Advisory Committee summarized the following recommendations regarding stacking. Stacking is discouraged, which can include funding from other sources, funding from previous years, and subsidies or discounts on things like rentals. Applicants will need to self-disclose any stacking that might be happening, and failure to disclose might impact future funding eligibility. And lastly, organizations that receive other funding but still wish to be considered can request up to a maximum of $5,000 cumulatively of all financial supports from the township. And this is what you will find in section 2.5.5 through to 2.5.7. The discussion took the group through the pros and cons of stacking. This is about supporting as many groups as possible doing great things benefiting the community, and this allows flexibility and opportunity moving forward. From a budget perspective, the Community Investment Fund is funded by $23,150 of taxation support for the annual specific stream and 4% of the OLG reserve policy funds that fund the other three streams. In 2025, the OLG reserve funds will be allocated 50% to the community impact stream and 50% to the arts, culture, festivals, and events stream. If the inclusive community stream comes into play in 2026, the allocation for the streams will be 40% to the community impact stream, 40% to the arts and cultural festivals and events stream, and then 20% to the inclusive community stream. These are the next steps that we will be taking, obviously, at council this evening. December 1st would be the application opening up. December 1st will be an information session for all the groups that have applied in the past and anybody else. January 15th, the application would close. January 27th, the health working group will deliberate. February 5th, the review with the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee, and then February 24th, come back to council for approval.
Councillor Wilton, go ahead.
I don't have a question, just a comment. Thank you for all the work on this. I know this was a big job, and I also want to thank the members of the working group from the Healthy Communities Advisory Committee, because they spent a lot of time and a lot of thinking went into some of these changes. So I just want to appreciate that and appreciate all the work. And I think it looks great, like a good plan going forward. So thank you, Kristen. Thank you.
I just will take a minute to say I appreciate the work. As a community, our regular recipients are going to struggle to understand. The only thing I didn't get was if they can't apply, can they just not apply every year, or can they skip a year and apply once out? You get it once and that's it, because soon all of our regular recipients and our new ones will have received funding. So what does that look like?
Through you, it would be per year. Yeah. So they could apply for the next funding year, but it is per year.
Oh, great. Thank you for clarifying. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, looking for a mover, please, to receive this report. Councillor Wilton, seconded by Jennifer or Councillor Adams. All in favor? Any discussion first? Sorry.
Oh, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Came that over the next 3 years they needed about 23,000, so they could potentially apply and get 15,000 of that 5, 5, and 5. Or no.
So through you, the idea is that they need to prioritize what they want to ask for, what their biggest important to them is, and they would be able to receive up to $5,000.
Would like to speak.
Just to clarify, the capital fund is being removed, though, so they wouldn't be able to apply for capital funding, but they could still apply for programming funding. So if they're running a different type of camp or, yeah.
Go ahead.
I think Councillor Bronwyn handled that question very well after attending the HCAC meeting. I just want to be clear. So when the township speaks of capital, we're referring to bricks and mortar projects that are over $5,000. So that would be a capital project. And that's the stream that we're recommending no longer be included in this grant process. but other grants that need up to $5,000, if they are needing, let's say, to buy something like backpacks or easels or pylons, they could do that through their programming or their other streams. But when we talk about capital, that's what we're referencing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Evoy, for taking over for me there. So we're going to move down to sorry.
Can we just correct that? That wasn't just the receipt of the report. We were actually voting on that. So sorry, just to make sure it wasn't just a receipt of the report. Apparently I said receipt of the report, and I just want to correct it. See, half of us didn't even catch it, but thank you for you to catching it. We asked you guys.
Okay. So now we'll go down to item 12.5, draft cultural action plan, and you're still here.
Thank you for having me again. Virtually, we also have Bridget McIntosh. I'm just looking for the nod, who is the consultant that was hired to execute the Culture Action Plan, research and community engagement. And she is available if we have any questions, but I will be giving the presentation this evening. All right. So a Culture Matters Cultural Action Plan was done in 2013, and it required an update. And as I said, Bridget McIntosh was hired as the consultant and drafted the Culture Action Plan, which is in your package. This aligns with the council's strategic goal of improving the activity, health, and wellness of our community. So outlined in the report were several ways that the community was engaged. There was a community survey that was done, a festivals and events engagement workshop, a day at the Fergus Grand Theatre doing a SWOC, Strengths, Weaknesses, Opportunities, and Challenges event, and a report came out of that. Interviews with 9 businesses and organizations with invested interest, that happened in May. And we also went to the Key Township Projects open house in Mayor's Town Hall at the end of May. The draft Culture Action Plan builds on the work currently being done by township staff, enhancing existing township staff efforts, fosters an inclusive, thriving cultural environment that aims to strengthen Centre Wellington as a place where culture thrives and is inclusive and integrated into the community. It also ensures that culture remains a priority and that there's an ongoing focus on cultural initiatives. And this action plan, we just want to note that it was not to define what culture is, it was to define the township's role in culture. So in saying that, there were 3 roles that were identified: the connector and facilitator, the funder and investor, and the promoter and advocate. Within those 3 roles were 13 action areas and 33 tasks. The action plan that was attached to the report outlines the 33 tasks, and this is a summary of the 15 tasks that would be focused on in 2025 under the 3 roles. We recognize that there's minimal financial implications in 2025 with just the request for staffing resources to develop the implementation plan for 2026 and beyond. The long-term planning will determine the budget considerations for 2026 and going forward. The draft work plan is designed to empower arts and cultural initiatives by fostering connections, supporting local initiatives, and advocating for arts and culture. The township can advance the community's cultural landscape. In the 2024 budget deliberations, there was direction from council to initiate discussions with the Elora Centre for the Arts regarding opportunities for collaboration and support and report back to council. The plan is designed to allow for collaboration with community groups to support the work plan. Staff have met internally and with the Elora Centre for the Arts and can identify ways that different arts-based community groups can be part of this journey. And the idea is that we would take 2025 to explore those opportunities. Dan, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, through Mayor Waters. And just to add to what Kristen was saying in her presentation, there was a resolution of council as part of the 2024 budget to look into collaboration with Elora Centre for the Arts going forward. What staff are recommending is through the eventual approval and implementation of this cultural action plan, that this is a great example of where we can work with groups like Elora Centre for the Arts and other relative organizations in implementing the cultural action plan. So that's something that we will be suggesting going forward as part of the implementation.
Thanks. For the next steps, the plan is to put the draft culture action plan on Connect CW for the community to review and provide input, and then come back to council in February or March for council's consideration of a final draft. That's it.
Okay, questions for, yes, Councillor Wilton.
Thank you, Mayor Waters, and thank you, Kristen, for another good report. So I'm just curious, this might be a question for both you and Pat, but I'm just curious, we're currently undergoing a Parks and Recreation master plan, and quite typically Parks and Recreation master plans would also include culture. So I'm just curious how the two plans are kind of being melded together, if the MGA consultants are aware of this process and have had a chance to interact with the consultant, with Bridget, or how that's working. So just curious, don't want to see things all siloed and separated. So thank you.
Thank you for the question, and through the mayor. So that is a good question. Our previous 2019 was a Parks and Recreation and Culture Master Plan, but we had the 2013 Culture Matters Plan already established and in the works. And so what we took a look at this time was we had sort of started this work already, and then we were doing the Parks and Rec plan. So they're not siloed. They're very much going to work together. Within the scope of work for the Parks and Recreation plan, we did not ask them to, within scope, look at culture because we had this work going on, but instead to take a look at our facilities readiness to support culture. So that would be looking at things like our grounds, camping areas, all of that kinds of stuff that supports cultural activity. So they're definitely taking a look at that. And now that we have this draft, we will be sharing that with them as they start to roll out the rest of their reports and stuff to us. So I hope that answers your question. They're not in isolation, but this work was already done, and this is going to be handed over to the other consultants for their consideration.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments from council? Nope. Okay. Nothing further from council? Okay. Thank you for that. I'll read the recommendation that the Council Township of Centre Wellington receive for information report CS 2024-25 Draft Cultural Action Plan, and that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington directs staff to create a page on the CW or Connect CW with details of the draft culture action plan and collect community input and return in Q1 of 2025 for Council's consideration of final draft. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock, seconder on that. Councillor Evoy. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none? All those in favor? So moved. Thank you. Item 12.6, 2025 Draft Council Committee Meeting Schedule.
Thank you. Last but not least, the proposed 2025 council and committee schedule continues with 2 council meetings per month, one at 2 p.m. and the second at 6 p.m. Statutory planning meetings will be coordinated with either of the monthly council meetings or held independently on another date. You'll notice they're marked in purple on the schedule. The schedule complements other steps that we've recently taken, such as the adoption of a new procurement bylaw, the delegated of authority bylaw, the implementation of hybrid meetings in order to streamline and enhance the decision-making process, provide flexibility and a more efficient use of resources. The schedule was developed keeping in mind the statutory holidays, the conferences that you enjoy, and the county's meeting schedule. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Comments, questions for Carrie? Councillor Jefferson.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Waters. I was just noticing, like, because of the budget discussions this year, we had like full day budget discussions, I think in September and October, and then again in November, but I don't see any budget in here for November, and just looks like 2 part days for September and October. I'm just not sure if that's enough time for the budget deliberations.
I think we'll maybe we just defer to Adam McNabb to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Jefferson, and through you, Mayor Waters. The intent would be for those still to be full day budget sessions. I think as the yellow indicates, it would be a 9 a.m. start. Should there be enough on the agenda to facilitate the full day event, and we would keep those updated as we progress through the calendar. In terms of your initial lead in as it pertains to the June, November, and December meetings, the November meeting, which we'd had early in November of this year, we've decided to push that out a little bit earlier into October, that we feel that will still give us sufficient time to conduct the public engagement process. However, it does afford us a little bit more opportunity to kind of round out the budget book. Right this year, as we had the final budget with the 10-year capital, we would bring that as a 3-year, because it seemed much of the dialogue around our capital forecasting was focused on the first 3 years. So the intent would be to move that up a week, bring the 3-year capital forecast, give us sufficient time to formulate the budget book, and then bring the more fulsome 10-year as part of the budget book, which would be released later in November as well.
Okay, thank you. Through you. So then for clarification, like, yeah, the budget starts at 9, but then we also have like those half days. So then we would automatically be going into council at 2 o'clock. Like, we would have to cut that off, or we would just carry on with budget.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Waters. Yeah, the intent would be that the sessions scheduled for June and October may not, and September as well, may not facilitate a full day for budget. So the intent would be that we'd be able to manage both the scheduled council meeting and the budget discussions during those meetings.
I just want it, because that's our huge thing. Like, that's our thing. So I just want to know that we have enough time that we're going to be able to discuss our capital and operating budgets like fulsomely and have like wholesome conversations and everything, so that we're not limited. I don't know if we need to add an extra day or something in there just for consideration. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions from council? Thank you, Adam. I'll read the recommendation that the Council of Township of Centre Wellington adopt the schedule of council and committee meetings for 2025 as attached to report Core 2024-67 from the Manager of Legislative Services and Municipal Clerk, and that the schedule of meetings for 2025 be posted on the Township website and circulated to staff and other interested parties accordingly. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Wilton. Seconder, Councillor Evewood. All those in favor? So moved. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do a little dance around with these bylaws. Okay, so I'm going to start here. 2024-74, a bylaw to appoint a deputy mayor on a rotating basis for the 2022-2026 term of council, and repeal bylaw 2022-077. A 2024-75, a bylaw to amend Township of Centre Wellington zoning bylaw 2009-045 as amended to remove the holding zone symbol from certain lands, Centre Wellington Park, North Fergus. So that bylaws 2024-74 and 2024-75 be read a first, second, and third time and passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, and corporate seal affixed. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Adams, second, Councillor Wilton. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's so moved. So now this is going to be passed over to the Councillor Evoy, and I'll sit back here. Or here, you can
take it. Yeah.
Yes.
Shows up.
All right. We are that bylaw 2024-76 be read a first, second, and third time and passed and signed by the mayor and clerk, and the corporate seal affixed. Looking for sorry, it should explain that what they're voting on. That's so they can see which one it is, because they don't know which one it is. Yeah, it's the Community Investment Fund.
Sorry,
That's okay. That's okay. You have it there somewhere. Let me see if he has it right here. Thank you. They're voting and they're like, what are we voting on? And at least I saw it. 2024, we're looking for 2024-76, a bylaw to adopt the Community Investment Fund policy and repeal bylaw 2023-11. Once again, to repeat that the bylaw 2024-76 be read a first, second, and third time and passed and signed by the mayor and clerk with a corporate seal affixed. Looking for a mover, Councillor Adams, seconder, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? All in favor? You may have your chair back, sir. Carried.
There you go.
Okay. Notice of motions?
No.
Motions where notice have been given? No. Confirmatory bylaw, a bylaw to confirm the actions of council. Recommendation that bylaw 2024-77 to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held November 25th, 2024 be introduced a first, second, and third time and passed in open council. Do you have a mover for that? Councillor Craddock. Seconder, Councillor Wilton. Any further comments, question? Okay. All those in favor? So moved. Do you have a mover for adjournment? Councillor McDonald. Seconder on that? Councillor Jefferson. All those in favor? So moved. Thank you for your patience and participation tonight.
Can you please make sure Rashid gets this?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, thank you.